Hold on.
Welcome to the Guild. We have been expecting you. Please, follow me.
Hello, and welcome to our very latest episode of the Night Shift Let's Talk Gaming. I am C Money. And tonight, you see him, you know him. That's right. He is the wise one, the author, the patriot, the pony slayer, and the pony bot tier maker. It's our boy, Hargi Sadi. Shout out to Hargi, man. Give him a little pop. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the homie. How you doing, man?
Yo. Yeah. I'm a little tired. Just been working. Haven't had enough sleep. But anyway, lots of news, though. My goodness. Xbox is on fire, dude.
Yo, it's so crazy. It's stupid crazy. Like, it's like I can't even comprehend it. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's just so much. It's so ridiculous. Like, it's so good, yo. Like, this is like the hypeness. Like, honestly, I wrote a tweet today that I wholeheartedly feel it's like the absolute truth for me. I don't think I've ever been this hyped for the future of Xbox as an entity. You know what I'm saying? Not just the games, but just for Xbox. Because, like, if you really think about everything that we've kind of gone through as hardcore Xbox fans, you know, from, you know, the 360 being that high, right? Like, it was like Xbox, the original, was such a high for me. It was such a big moment, right? And it just, boom, went crazy with Xbox 360. And then, I mean, for me, it kept going. But, like, as far as, like, the perception of Xbox and the things that started happening, all of a sudden, you know, the Xbox One generation, TV, the Force Connect, all this other stuff was such a like a hit to the excitement surrounding Xbox. You know what I'm saying? Not me personally, but the you know, just the community aspect of it. And then, like, Xbox One generation was going through, and then Series X came, and it's like there was just like one thing after another. Every time there was like a dope hill, there would be some random shit that the community would start crying about. It just kind of fuck everything up. And I feel like all of that is now in the past, because everybody who was ever involved with any of that is gone. You know what I'm saying? Like they just don't have any part of the situation anymore. And it's just like, I don't know any other way to say it, but this is Asha's fucking show. Like, I don't think Phil Spencer ever felt like he was the CEO. I think Phil came in as the savior. Like, let me just prove it to you. Let me show you that Xbox can do something. Like, he didn't come. I just feel like he never had his chest puffed out. You know what I'm saying? Where I feel like Asha walks around the fucking place and people are like, oh shit. This is like, oh shit, Asha, yo, get your shit together. Asha's coming in the room. You know what I'm saying? Where before I think people would be like fucking playing like, you know, a little basketball or something on their desk, you know, with the garbage can throwing papers when Phil walked by. And they're like, oh, Phil's cool. Don't worry about it. But they see Asha. They're like, oh shit, yo, clean this shit up. What is wrong with you? I feel like she is the captain of this ship and she is not playing around. I don't think I've ever seen so much shit happen to Xbox at any given like 1 to 2 month span that wasn't showcase, you know, related, with just like shit taking place. And I mean in the positive, right? Not in the oh, we're doing this or doing this, and then we have to kind of, you know, see what is happening and decode the messages and decipher what's gonna happen and what's going on. No one has ever been more clear than Asha, ever. I don't think. This has just been a crazy situation. And I know I just kind of jumped into this without any of our normal buildup, but that's how hyped I am, bro. Like, I'm so excited. Obviously, we're going to go through, you know, the whole thing. You know, we're going to go through the whole thing together because there's so much to dissect and go through that is just fire. So we're going to do all that together for motherfucking sure. But before we do any of that, okay, I know I give you blue balls, Harky, because I know I was amping you up and it was like, the takeaway right now, we can't talk about it, even though I talked mad shit, because we got to do these introductions or we'll never get anywhere. So before we do all the good stuff that we're here to do, of course, you know how we do here, man. We got to shout out our homies who are live in the building with us, man. We appreciate y'all. Appreciate all the support. Of course, we appreciate everyone who supports us over on Patreon and on YouTube with the memberships. You guys are the shit. So thank y'all so very much. And specifically, we do want to go ahead and shout out the homies who are elite members. That's right. The homie Dark Angelic, Queen Witch, Broke Boy, and Pal Xbox for Life. And then, of course, we have our inner circle members, the homie Pragmatic Eagle, Hargy Chani, and Marvelous Marvin. Shout out to you guys. Thank y'all so very, very much for the support, man. Really, really do appreciate y'all. Of course, we have our March champions. That's right. The best bot of the month of March was our boy Malcolm Xlax. The most first super chats was from our boy Mac22TH54. Biggest super chat came from our boy Pragmatic Eagle. Most biggest super chats was a tie between Marvelous Marvin and Mac22TH54. Top 3 most gifted subs was from number 1, our boy Spartan661, number 2, Broke Boy, and number 3, Ryu Art. And then the most subs gifted at once came from our boy Spartan661. Shout out to him, man. Shout out to all of you guys for the support. We love y'all. We appreciate y'all. Thank you so very, very much. That being said, you know how we do here, man. You guys live in the building, man. You guys are supporting us in such a major way by being here right now, and we appreciate you on this, Thursday night? God damn, it is Thursday. Man, thank you all for being here. You guys are so very, 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 very special to us. That being said, obviously, you can't all be equally special. Like, that doesn't make sense, right? There's a little bit of a difference, right? Some of you have risen up above, right? Not to like your final resting place, just like, you know, up above with the better seats, right? They're more special, okay? It's just what it is, right? You're more special. There are a few of you who have done it, and I will tell you why and how. Listen, we went live. We put on that on point bat signal, and we said, hey, we're going live. And three of you said, holy shit, I have to be there immediately. And immediately they were. That's right. The first 3 people in the door are the specials of the evening. The question is, who are these people? Who? I'm going to tell you who. All right. I'm going to tell you. Number 3 in the building is our boy, our motherfucking homie, Fillmore Pockets. Shout out to Fillmore Pockets in the building. He's not fucking around. Number 3 in the building. Let me go ahead and write this shit down. Fucking Fillmore Pockets. Listen, I feel like Xbox has been fucking following you and following what your name stands for, because fill more pockets, bro. They filling my pockets with so much money from the savings that I got from the goddamn price drop is amazing, bro. Holy shit, you can't make this shit up how good it is. Goddamn. Woo! Shout out to you, Fillmore, number 3 in the building. Number 2 in the building. Oh man, it's our boy, motherfucking Red Ninja. Shout out to Red Ninja in the goddamn building. He's a beast. Number 2, he's not fucking around. He was almost number 1, but he wasn't. But he wasn't 3rd. So he got right there in the middle. All right. Number 2. Shout out to you, Red Ninja. Appreciate you, my dude. Thank you for being here, man. Now, the real question is, who is number 1? Who is the best bot of the night? I got to take a sip for this one. You know why? Because this is our motherfucking homie. It's our boy. Motherfucking Be Nice. Be Nice in the building. Shout out to the homie Be Nice. He's not fucking around, man. Best bot of the night. Don't forget that shit. You're not going to forget it. You know why? Because I'm going to put that shit on the banner. That's right. It's going to be there the whole goddamn night. All right? So let me go ahead and do that before I fuck around and forget to do such a thing, and I have a problem. All right, so we got the first 3 right here. Shout out to Be Nice. He's not messing around. Number 1, he said, fuck what you heard. Number 2, we got Red Ninja in this bitch. He said, yeah, that's right. I'm number 2, and you can't stop me. Number 3, come on, man. Motherfucker, fill more pockets. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Bam. Oh, shit. There we go. All right. Beautiful, as they say in French. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what that translates to, but it's the English word of beautiful. So I wonder if that, did you ever wonder if there's just regular English words that, you know, I guess that is a thing, right? Where English words mean something completely different in another language. That's probably a real thing.
I mean, that happens anyway, right? So
yeah. That's true. All right. Let's go here. Do here. Okay. Banger. Boom. Beautiful. All right, done so. Okay, save that shit right there. Boom. Put that on the scroll. Boom. Look at that. All right. Whew. Love it, love it, love it. All right, first of all, let's go ahead. Shout out the motherfucking homie. Mac22TH54 in the building. First super chat of the night. Mac said, I own this fucking tier, and ain't nobody gonna take my name off that goddamn banner. Mac, listen, you stuck in twice on the banner for March, bro. Most first super chats and most biggest super chats tied. That's crazy. How you gonna be the first and biggest tied? That's crazy. Mac, you ain't fucking around. Shout out to him. Thank you, my brother, for being here. Appreciate you. Then we got the homie Toe Tag in the building. Our boy, Jean-Marc Louis, the killer. He don't fuck around. Number 2. I'm sorry, not number 2. $2 super chat. Appreciate you. Says Asha and Mr. Spend Them Out of Business ain't playing. Yo, Matt finally found his fucking partner, bro. Everybody else is singing Kumbaya or fucking thinking about other shit. Fucking, yo, good point. Good point. Matt Booty's like, finally, we got the killer in here. Yo, I gotta say, because like, see, Matt is low key because we didn't know this, right? He got exposed as a killer, right? But he didn't come out here doing no killer shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, we didn't recognize him as a killer. He was a sneaky killer. You know what I'm saying? In the background, right? Typing crazy shit like, yo, let's fucking murder them. You know what I'm saying? Like, he is low-key killer, right? We know the truth because of what he did in the background. But our girl Asha, and I think we're gonna call her that. She's our girl Asha. She's our homie Asha. Asha's out in these streets. She is not fucking around. She is literally coming out here saying, whether you, and this is the thing that I have to say, whether we agree 100% with what she's doing, okay? Let's just be clear. I understand that could be different feelings about the shit she's doing and how she's doing it, But the fact that she's coming out here stamping her name on everything with no fucking regrets, no fear, no shame, no like nothing. She's just out here saying, hey, here's the news. I'm telling you the news. Me, I'm saying the news. Yeah, you can see the news somewhere else. I'm not going to quote tweet no one. I am posting this as if I am delivering this news directly to you. She is gangster. Okay? She is gangster. She has that killer fucking edge. I see it, I sense it, I feel it, and I sensed it from the day one. All right? We've been Team Asha in this bitch from the beginning. I didn't doubt. I didn't say, I wonder what she's going to do. I said, I knew she had that hunger, right? She had that hunger. She has something to prove. People were saying that it was going to take a long time. And I said, no, it's not. I said, no, Asha's coming out here to fuck around now. She wants to make a mark now. And God damn it, is she making a motherfucking mark? She is not messing around, dude. Holy shit. Toe tag back with another $2 super chat. Says, I like Phil, but Jesus, she making them look small. This is the thing. I mean, listen, when I told you guys that when the announcement happened, I said that I felt like there was some new blood that was necessary. You know what I'm saying? Like I felt like it just made sense. And I love Phil. Phil's the beast, bro. I would never take away anything he did, man. He's the man. I finally got to meet that man. I was very, very happy to do so before he decided to move on to whatever he's going to be doing. So, all the respect to the homie Phil. But I feel like Phil came into this different, right? He wasn't a CEO. You know what I'm saying? Like he was sorry, let me be clear. He was the CEO. I'm saying before he became the CEO, he wasn't doing CEO things. You know what I'm saying? Like he was dealing with the first party studios. He was doing all that stuff, handling all that shit. But when the position he was in didn't allow him to kind of take that CEO stance, I feel. And they elevated him to having a seat at the table, right? Like they love Phil. But I feel like Phil was someone that he was the spokesperson for us, like to try to keep Xbox going and keep things going. But then I feel like ultimately, I feel like he was just late in the game it was very late in the game for him taking all this on and doing this over the time. And look, I mean, he's retiring now, right? So I feel like he just didn't get that moment to come into something that was already established as a important thing, where he then got to be like, all right, this is what we need to do and make these moves. I feel like he was just playing from this position of weakness. You know what I'm saying? Like he had to save it, as opposed to coming over here and just make some definitive changes that are going to make moves that are going to ripple throughout all of time. And he did a lot of that. I don't know. I just feel like it's a different vibe. Do you, without going into the topic, Hargeet, just this super chat right here. There's just this one spot. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, maybe I got a little lost in the wording because I'm so amped for this entire scenario because I feel like it's such a big deal. But you get what I'm saying? Like, I feel like Phil came in a different position. Like, he came in at a different point in Xbox's value to Microsoft. Whereas, they saw the promised land, right? Like, they saw what Xbox can do, bringing that much volume. And now it means something different, where Asha has a different place that she's running into. What do you like? You get what I'm saying? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we have to look at what Phil did. He tried to solidify gaming as one of the pillars in Microsoft. It is one of the pillars in Microsoft. Mm-hmm. And, the reason Satya is like, hey, we need to make this work is because the AI bet is like, it's teetering. I won't say it's dead, but it's teetering. It's not actually doing what it was supposed to. And they see that. It's still going to go. It's going to be okay. But it's not at the rate that they were expecting. And the big bets he made were gaming and that. And it's like, well, I want one of these things to fucking work. And, gaming has a good chance to work. And Phil cemented that. He said, look, we can have all these games that are kind of perennial service things that will just keep generating. And he did that. He pulled that off, right? First thing they did by Minecraft. Then they go and get ABK with cash, crazy Candy Crush, right? And you got Call of Duty and all these other. So they've solidified that hey, we can just have like the industry norm games that people will just keep playing, and we will just keep raking in the money. All the while, we will create a brand that hopefully people will engage with. And then it was starting to teeter there as well. And Satya must have recognized it. Like, and part of that, like, we understand that we could get more in depth, is like Phil himself must have been at a point of like, I am sick of fighting this shit. And like, what?
Facts.
At some point, you're like, I'm done. Like, whatever. Like, I did my thing. Here it is. Go. Right. And then somebody younger comes in with energy. It's usually always how it works. Yeah. Right. Is somebody younger comes in, they're full of energy. They want to go, go, go. This is a person that's done this already, right? It's like, go in, see the problem, fix the problem. A few years later, they're out on the next, mountain to climb, right? That's who this person is, Asha, right? So that's what she's doing. She's like, analyze what's going on, where are the deficiencies. Like, you can take feedback, right? You just see like all this. We're all talking about all the things that are problematic, and she's like taking it in. All right, what's good, what's bad, what. Talk to our own people, right? And sound like their own people don't realize all this shit too, right? It's like they're not dummies, they know, right? So they're all just like giving all the info. Like, she's like, okay, I'll correlate what I need to do here, and let's go. And then there's no like roadblocks. She's the one that's saying, you know what? There was what's the impediments you have here? Gone. Let's just go. Oh, we want to change the price. 1 week later, change the price. No thinking about it. No.
Yes.
Done. Just go. It's like,
it's very small ship moves. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody talks about how Microsoft's such a big ship and it takes so long to turn it. And she's
startup
like,
mentality,
fuck the
right?
ship.
It's like,
let's fucking let's get off this big ass bitch and let's like, I feel so. This is what I feel like. She checked Satya. You know what I'm saying? I feel like Satya, she came in and she was like, listen, old man, all right, I get that you think that what makes sense is to milk this bitch like a cow, but it's not going to work that way. We need to fucking go ahead and dominate before we could do that. We're not dominating, so don't fucking go out here and try to treat it like we're dominating. Don't tell my studios that they need to do fucking make 30% on this fucking dollars right now when we're still in hustle and grind mode. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm sure that came up as part of her getting in. Yeah, I'm sure she said that when she like accepted it, right? Because they've been doing this in the background for a bit before she actually went in, right? So I'm sure she said, look, I looked at the business and I'm like, these are the things I need. If you're going to let me do this, here are my stipulations, right? And Satya must have agreed, right? So there you go.
Yeah, feel that, man. Well, yeah, that's again, we're gonna dive deeper. We're gonna go into the whole thing. We're gonna do all that shit. Before we do any of that, we gotta shout out the homies who are in the building, man. Of course, we already shout out our top 3. But of course, I see the homie Lauren in the building. What's up, homie? Thank you for being here. Pal Xbox for Life, what's going on, man? Thank you for being here, homie. Rylant Killer, what's going on, my dude? Malcolm Xlax, what's going on, player? Mac 22, what's up, my dude? G Baby in the building. What's going on, man? Simple Jack, what's going on? Oh shit, you already know. Remedy. Please, Asha, get Remedy. They need to be taken off that 10-cent IV. Bro, we're gonna definitely have a conversation about acquisition season being back. Acquisition season being back. And she says something very particular about it. So I don't want to jump into it. But I love it. I just love what she said. God damn, bro. This is a whole new world, man. This is crazy. I see Outward Lyric in the building. What's going on, my brother? Thank you for being here, man. Appreciate you, homie. RC Polygon in the building. What's going on, my dude? He has a big message. Says Xbox doing great, but for everyone who's excited for exclusives to come back, just remember teams could get gutted, smaller game budgets, and have the studios be shut down. Other than that, it's great. Look, I'm going to go ahead and defer. That's real funny, actually. I didn't mean to. Okay, good, perfect. I'm going to defer to whatever the fuck Asha and the team want to do. Okay, listen. I agree that I don't think exclusives are coming back based off what has said, even in this message. But then she also kind of brought it up too, right? And again, we're going to talk about it. So, like that conversation, look, it's one thing if we were voting, right? If they're like, all right, guys, let's put this to a vote and tell us what you think, right? That's one thing. But if she's just gonna do whatever the fuck she wants to do, then I'm just gonna back whatever. Right now, the vibe that I'm getting based off what she's doing, she's crushing it. Like if she feels like some form of exclusive conversation needs to happen for her to get that W, if she feels that it legitimately is going to make a difference for them, then, I'm not going to bitch about it. I don't think it makes sense and I don't care about them. So personally for me, I'm not going to, I don't give a fuck about the idea of exclusives. That being said, I'm not going to ignore her, you know what I'm saying? And she's talking about it, right? She's talking about it. So everything that she's talked about has had an answer. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's not full of shit. She's not saying things and then nothing's coming, right? She says she's listening, she's hearing, she brought it up. We're going to talk about it, but RC, I feel what you're saying. Like, I am not saying Xbox, you better bring back exclusives. I get your sentiment. You should not be demanding of this shit of them, because I do feel like this is a very real possibility. But I also feel like if Asha's the one who's doing it, if Asha's the one saying, no, this is going to happen, then I feel she would do that, understanding that this stuff here can't be on the table. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like if I have a lot of trust in Asha. I think I have a lot of belief in her. I feel like if she's doing it, if she's the one saying, I'm going to go over here and say, I think we should do some form of exclusivity, then I'm backing what she's doing because I believe in what she's saying. But I don't think that anyone should be out here fucking going crazy and then be disappointed if it doesn't turn out the way they want, right? Because again, what you're saying is very real. That is the boat I'm on. Like, if you start demanding that shit and then they do it because of you, like because of you guys saying that shit, and then it backfires and all of a sudden shit's getting shut down, it's going to be a whole different fucking story, right? So I don't think that anybody should be fucking pumping this. But Asha puts out a fucking notice tomorrow, say, hey, we're going to do exclusives, whatever. I'm going to be like, yo, I support whatever you doing. If that's what you think, then fucking let's go. All right. Again, you ain't going to see, I'm going to say it right now so that there's no bullshit in the future. So you're very clear. If exclusives come back, I am not going to be making fucking huge. Oh shit, this is exclusive. Fuck you guys. No, I'm not doing it. So if you're looking for that, I'm sorry. I'm not going to be the one. I don't care about the exclusive shit. If I see it and it says exclusive, I say, okay, cool. That's dope. Sucks for those other people who don't get to play it, but I'm not falling back into that same bullshit. Okay. I'm not going to do that. It's cool if it's exclusive. Again, I support whatever Asha's thinking she wants to do. This letter, what she did, this memo is literally the best fucking thing that has ever been written on Xbox's behalf even though it wasn't technically to us, it was for us to see. Her path is the right path. You know what I'm saying? She is doing what she believes is right. She has the data to make these decisions, and I'm all fucking for it, bro. Between this and what she did for Ultimate, crazy. But RC, bars, what I say. Def Leopard in the building. What's up, fam? See you there, man. Appreciate you, homie. Out Ouya Strike Gaming. What's up, man? I feel this. Since she took over Xbox, it's been the best state since 360 era. And I think what he's referring to is like that hype level and the overall, like, just feeling in control. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel under Asha, there's not going to be any random weird shit coming out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't feel it. I feel like she's coming out here saying, hey, you heard about this? Listen, this is what we're actually doing, right? Like, this is the scenario that's happening. Like, for instance, this is not like a topic to talk about, but like Jez Gordon, he made a report saying that the mobile store is dead. And then Asha replied to him. He's like, no, actually, it's still something that we're looking into. So not dead. You know what I'm saying? Just we're sorting it out, but thanks for your concern. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's fucking dope, dude. I don't know. She's dope as fuck. It's crazy. All right. We got Amit Kumar in the building. What's up, fam? Appreciate you, my brother. Thanks for seeing you here, man. Pal Xbox for life. I see you talking about Assassin's Creed fucking Black Flag Resync. Hargeet, you saw? Woo!
Yeah, looks pretty good. Looks pretty good.
It looks so good. Oh, it looks so good. Just when I said, why do I have this Ubisoft Plus subscription? Because I'm gonna get that bitch right there. It's gonna be fan-fucking-tastic, bro. Looks so good. I was really tempted to buy the collector's edition because that statue looks fire, but I did not. So, we'll leave that there. Ida Crow, what's up, man? Thank you for being here, bro. Where am I looking at? Mr. David Emmett Green. What's up, man? Thank you for being here, bro. Appreciate you, homie. Shane G49. Shane in the building. Shane G doesn't fuck around, man. What's up, player? Thank you for being here, bro. Shane G says that memo was brilliant. I was ready to run through a wall after reading that, regardless of any exclusive decisions. Facts, yo. Honestly, I really feel it, my dude. Like, I really feel the energy, yo. Like, I'm like, even like just in general, like just doing the show, right? Like, there's so many cool like pieces of news that are coming out and individual things that have made me really excited, right? The new consoles making me pumped. All these things are really making me pumped. And just in general, I've been excited about Xbox with Asha there, but it's been more of a like, oh, that's cool that she's doing that. Oh, that's cool that she's doing that. Look at her doing this shit. But this is like she's like already like hit this peak for me that's just going to keep going higher. But like, she's hit this point for me when I look at it where she's just like, I definitively feel like she is what we needed on Xbox. Again, whether you agree 100% about what she's going to do and how she's going to do it, at the very least, I feel like what she's doing with purpose. She's not doing the, hey, let's try this out idea of like, we'll see what happens. We're not going to base it off of anything that people are saying. We're just going to try our own shit and see what works. No, I feel like everything she's doing is rooted in what she believes the community as a whole is talking about. And I mean, listen, I gotta tell you, we're a fragment. Like, we're the tiniest sliver of the gaming populace of, Xbox. Okay. Like, so small, us hardcore group, right? We're tiny, but she's making us feel heard as a group. Okay, regardless of what side of things you're on, no matter what opinion you have, if you have an opinion on this in a major way, again, regardless of what side it is, we're part of the same group, right? We're hardcore gamers, right? We have a lot to talk about with this. And the fact that she is taking her time to write something that, yeah, maybe other people might see it, but she knows who it's geared towards, which is us. She is looking at us. She is pointing to us saying, I hear you guys. I don't get all the noise behind me with Satya and Amy Hood and 30% and all this bullshit. Fuck that noise. I'm here listening to you guys, and I'm going to talk to you guys. She's not just listening, and then Xbox is putting out a post and it's just from the team. No. She's listening, and then she comes out and she puts her own post. She is talking to us. She wants us to know that she hears us and she's having these conversations about what we're talking about, right? That is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy to have somebody who's so, like, it's different when it's like, oh yeah, we hear the things that people say, right? That was Phil's like go-to, right? He'll be having like an interview or he'll talk about something, but then somebody would ask him something and then he'll be like, oh yeah, we hear, what people are saying and blah blah blah. But she's not waiting for that, right? She's not waiting for the interview. You know what I'm saying? She's not waiting for the interview for somebody to question her and then bring it up. She's saying, no, I can see this shit on my own and we're going to go ahead and handle this now. I fucking love that, dude. I love that. It's so fucking amazing for me. I really, really do. So yes. All right. Sinastro J in the building. What's up, man? Double M. What's going on? Appreciate you guys for being here. Brothers Grimm in the building. What's going on, my dude? Steve Two Huncho. What's going on? General Spartan 27 in the building. What's going on, playa? Bounty in the building. What's going on, my dude? Shout out to him, man. Appreciate you guys for rocking out with us. The Ice Pick. I see you, homie. Thank you for being here, man. All right. Listen, if I didn't say your name, I apologize. I see you guys. E-Ranks in the building, my dude. Shout out to you, homie. Thank you for being here, man. All right. We got to get started. Okay. We got Ray Oid in the building. God damn it. It's like a fucking problem for me. I was gonna, I got to say it. Maurice Branch, what's going on, homie? Thank you for being here, bro. All right. We're going to fucking pop this cherry. Okay. This is happening. All right. We can't fuck around. What did I do? Wait. Did I write that shit down? I don't know what I did. Okay. All right. That's fine. I got it here. That's ready to go. Got my chapter right here. We're fucking starting this bitch. So, as you can see from the thumbnail, we are Xbox. Oh, 3 words by themselves. It's just like okay, that's cool. That's great. Xbox, that's fine. Put them together. We are Xbox. What a statement for the CEO of Xbox to make right now in this moment where let's call a spade. All right. We of Xbox, if we take out from the team of Xbox, the actual people working on this shit, and start thinking about the community of Xbox. I mean, goddamn, this community is the most fragmented community that fucking exists, right? Like, as much as we are, Xbox has this huge community, it's very, very fragmented because there's a lot of, different opinions that are out there. But for her to come and put that banner, we are Xbox. Obviously, I know she's talking about them, but I know she's also talking about the community. All of us are what makes up Xbox, right? The games, the box, the company, Microsoft, and the fans. All together, we are Xbox. And she, more than anyone else that I can even think of, is proving that out to us, okay? By not only saying we are Xbox, but letting us know that what we're talking about in these shows that we're doing, they're listening, they're hearing it. And let me take that back. Let me not say they. Okay. Yes, they, but specifically she is hearing it, and she is making moves and decisions to not only talk about now, but in the future, the roadmap for us as a brand, as an entity, she is laying out, and she's letting us know that we are along for that ride. They're not doing something in isolation, and then they're going to look back and be like, all right, what do you guys think? You know what I'm saying? It's us together moving things forward. Our conversations are pushing Xbox forward, and she's doing it not in a way to damage the company. She's not taking extremist views and saying, yeah, let's just ruin everything. No, she's listening to what really matters and seeing the real pain points in the community. And she's trying to go ahead and make decisions now and actions now, not just the decisions. She's deciding them and then putting them into action, into motion. I can't help but feel like this is some massive ramp up to Xbox June showcase. I feel like, bro, yo, can you imagine if she like walks out on the stage after dropping some bomb news and like, yo, the applause is gonna be crazy. Like the world's gonna shut down for a little bit when she walks out on stage with everything she's doing right now. And I think this is just, the momentum is not stopping, bro. It's like every day she has something else to say. Like she is not fucking around. But guys, I'm not just talking about these words that she put out there. She didn't put out just these words as an isolated tweet just to kind of put out this movement for us to get behind, the We Are Xbox movement, right? No, she put out a memo that she sent out to the team, but obviously in sending it out to the team, she also was speaking to us directly because this wasn't a leaked memo. This was her saying, hey, I sent this out to everybody. It's for you too. We're going to go ahead. We're going to dive right into that shit. We're going to talk about it because again, I'm going to preface this by saying if you haven't heard this yet or read it yet, I honestly feel that this is the greatest thing that was ever put out by Xbox as a statement. Okay. I just feel like this is it. They nailed it. And when I thought it was going to end, it didn't. You know, it was like, oh, is it over? No. She was just getting started, bro. She was just getting started. It was so good. God damn. All right. I don't want to hype it up too much, but I have to because it's fucking amazing. But we're going to go and we're going to dive into it. All right. And again, my new setup is you guys are over here with the main screen, but to not freeze anymore, I have it over here and it's working. So that's the way we're going to do it. All right. So let me move this over because I'm going to just switch the mic to this side. So I'm talking into it instead of on the other side. All right. So we are goddamn, let me take a sip. All right. We are Xbox. First of all, look at that picture. Look at that fucking. Let me make this bigger for a second. Look at that picture. Look at that. What a team. What a team. You got Asha standing up front, Matt Booty right behind her, and she's addressing everybody. What an image. Fantastic. All right. We are Xbox. This message was just sent to Team Xbox employees globally. Dear team, Xbox has always been different. We started with a simple idea. Games should bring people together through shared experiences. That led to the first Xbox in 2001, Xbox Live in 2002, and new ways to connect from friends list and achievements to parties and play across devices. Today, Xbox reaches over 500 million players around the world with some of the most important franchises in entertainment. From the beginning, Xbox was built by people willing to try things that others wouldn't. We placed a consumer bet inside an enterprise company because we believed gaming would define the living room and we were at risk of missing it. That spirit has carried us through the last 25 years, and it is required to carry us forward. First motherfucking mic drop. Bam. That spirit has carried us through the last 25 years, and it is required to carry us forward. What's that meme? Cinema. That's fucking beautiful. That statement right there. If that doesn't make you look at them and say, holy shit, they're speaking to our souls. They are letting us know that first 25 years, that shit that got us here, we need that to get us to the next 25 years, baby. That is what I don't even want to do the math of the age that I would be. I'll still be here. Maybe not right here. I don't know if this would even exist, but goddamn, we'll still be doing this type of shit because this is the power that she's fucking putting forward, man. It's so dope. So dope. So excited. All right. We have work to do. That's one of the biggest things I like about this is that this is not a glazed fucking like letter that she's put it out there. She's not out here just trying to make things sound great, right? She is coming out and addressing the situation. I love it. We have work to do. Players are frustrated. New feature drops on console have been less frequent. Our presence on PC isn't strong enough. Pricing is getting harder for people to keep up with. And core experiences like search, discovery, social, and personalization still feel too fragmented. Developers and publishers are asking for more too. Better tools, better insights, and a platform that helps them grow faster. Just a quick pause. Come on, man. Developers getting brought into this too? God damn, she's hitting everybody. Can't stop, won't stop. She ain't stopping, bro. She ain't stopping. At the same time, a new generation of players is coming online with different expectations. Their time is split across games, media, and everything else competing for attention. They expect more content in familiar places, want to shape the worlds they play in, and want to create and socialize together, not just play together. Again, so smart, letting everybody know, hey guys, you're very important to us. We're talking to you. We're making the moves that you want us to make. But please understand that there is more to Xbox than just you. And there's more to Xbox than just the hardcore. There's a lot of people coming in. We have to also look at the bigger picture. Not saying, hey, this is not a derogatory, like, hey, you guys are cool, but there's this bigger group that we need to deal with. This is their way of saying, hey, we're hearing you, we're listening to you, but understand that you are the hardcore, so you should be able to also realize that there's a bigger picture as well, and we're going to work on that aspect. Fucking fantastic. These changes are happening as the industry reshapes around us. By the way, Hargeet, whenever I do these pauses, you could anything about what we're reading if you want to hop in. You don't have to wait to the end. You know what I'm saying? You could. I have horrible short-term memory. Okay, so if I don't say something about that piece right there, I'm gonna forget it. So that's why it's happening. So don't feel bad to just hop in.
If you want me to interject, it is very cool that she's channeling that initial Xbox when it started mentality, right? And that's kind of the thing you need. Like, as great as Phil is, the admission that, no matter how good, like Starfield, if it could be 11 out of 10, it's not going to change anything. And we lost the most important generation. I'm like, dude. So coming in saying, no, we're going to fight, right? Because when Xbox started, what market share did they have? 0. Didn't matter. It's like you come in and you do the best you can to try to fight to get every customer. And it's later on that she actually, we'll get into that part later on where she says some very interesting stuff. There's a list of things.
Yep.
I think that's kind of important, right? To switch the mentality to say, and this is to our employees, right? To say, no, we're here to make sure people want to be here. So That's going to be our mentality going forward. There's a lot of cool stuff in this memo. It is like packed with info. It's so good.
Dude, we're gonna every time I'm gonna stop. So don't feel like you don't have to, just whatever moment is fucking fire. Even if I don't stop, if you need to say something about something that we just read, fucking stop it, bro. Because I would do the same thing to myself if I read something that I needed to stop. So all right, these changes are happening as the industry reshapes around us. Again, very smart, letting everybody know the shit is changing, man. It's not the same way as the old days. Console remains large and stable. Windows now represents more players and more hours and is increasingly where competition is most intense. Letting us know, basically telling us what they've told us in the past is that console is stagnant, right? She's saying it in a nice way, stable, but what that really translates to is that we're not getting a large influx of players into the console side of Xbox. The people who come are always coming. That's crazy. I feel like Doodle would have said something right there, but I'm gonna leave that alone.
Yeah.
Meaning, like, that group is that group. The growth aspect is really coming from PC, but this is why it all matters, right? She's bringing it all out. She's telling you without telling you in a overburdening way, right? Like, she's saying it the right way. Players have access to more games than ever, even as the cost and time to build blockbuster titles continues to rise, putting pressure on what gets made and how risk is taken. Very important. Some of the biggest recent hits are coming from small teams or even single creators. And places like Roblox are producing experiences that rival major franchises in scale. More players are also choosing subscriptions and services as their primary way to play, with expectations set around instant access, ongoing value, and libraries that evolve continuously. Great point with Roblox. Again, Roblox is like the nemesis to Minecraft, right? Where people live in Roblox. I'm telling you, it's nonstop, and the shit that they make is compelling stuff. Like, it's not garbage. Like, there's tons of garbage there. Don't get me wrong, but there is a lot of high quality things that are made in there that are like hard to ignore. Like she said it, this shit that's in there rivals what major franchises on consoles are doing financially. Okay. Like, that is crazy. The industry is becoming global and competitive. More than half of the market's revenue, players, and growth are happening outside of our core markets. But the rest of the world is not just a large market. Developers there are increasingly competing with the most established Western studios, combining scale, speed, and willingness to reinvent genres many once considered mature. The model that got us here won't be the one that takes us forward.
Changes are coming.
Changes are coming, and she's going to address a lot of that stuff, but right here, that model that got us here won't be the one that takes us forward. That is powerful, right? That is letting you know. And this is the thing that's important, man. And that's why a lot of this discussions that be going on, you got to like temper the ideas of what's happening here, because she is speaking to us, listening to us, implementing the stuff that we feel is important. But we are very narrow-minded in our approach as a community. And she's trying to let us know we can't say, what was the blueprint? All right, copy paste. Let's just do it again. Okay, let's just do it again. I don't think that's going to be the way forward. Do you agree, Hargeet?
Yeah, and I also like the fact that she's pointing out the thing that I've been pointing out. The industry is becoming global. It's time to compete in markets that they've just been ignoring. There's no reason not to go after EU Like, hello, there's a massive market there. Like, why the heck is your percentage like 2%? Come on, like go compete, get the freaking players, get people excited. So yeah, I like that. There's more there. There's APAC as well, absolutely. But they need to compete. They need to kind of push everywhere.
Keep it. I want you guys to remember this. Okay. Remember this when we get into conversations about acquisition season. Okay. Because that global, let's put it this way. She's not thinking of going global by starting at the bottom. Okay. I'm just going to put it that way. We'll talk about it when we get deeper into this bitch. But goddamn, is the excitement real over here? Yo, if you're excited, hit that motherfucking like button right now. If you've just been watching, rocking, having a good time, hit the like button. You got to do it. Be a friend, be a pal. All right, let's continue on because she is not done. So we did chapter 1. We have work to do. Next, Xbox will be where the world plays. I'm going to stop right there before I even get to that because our boy, motherfucking J-Mac in the building. Shout out to J-Mac. God damn. Remember, for 28 months, you're the motherfucking man. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you for that support. He says, it's a difference when she's talking to the customer opposed to talking to her employees, changing the mindset. It's a virtual restart. I feel it. I feel it. And this is the thing. This is really for us, for me, when I read this, it's written like she's talking to us. She is also talking to her employees like they're supposed to be fans of the brand. You know what I'm saying? Not just workers, but people who actually give a fuck about this, right? And if you give a shit about this, then this stuff matters because this is the conversations that need to be had. And J-Mac, you nailed it, bro. Appreciate you, man. So the question is, what does Xbox become in this next era? Why is it the next era? Because she is starting it now. Understand, this is the Asha era. Hashtag Asha era. All right, that's what's happening right now. Okay, understand that this is the reality of where we are. She is claiming this shit right now. This is the Asha era. Be ready for Xbox to crush it. Xbox will be where the world plays and creates. We will build a global platform that connects players and creators everywhere. Console is at the foundation, delivering a premium experience. You hear the words? Premium experience. And cloud brings that experience to any device. Okay, so now we know hashtag cloud ain't going anywhere. Right, Hargeet? Hashtag cloud is here to stay. It's part of Asha's plan, Hargeet.
I will always say, fuck cloud. It's always going to be the answer. Fuck cloud. But I always knew it was going to be around. Like, I just want you to, you should open your wallet and pay for it. And thankfully,
no, I want you guys to keep paying for my cloud. And there's going to be an a la carte option that says, fuck cloud. Thank God. Yes, that exactly needs to be the answer. That's hilarious. All right, so
dude,
cloud.
I continued that. Did I tell you the newer poll numbers? Like we did it on the Web Dave, my show with Web Dave. Yep. 25% wanted cloud on that one. 25%. 75% said goodbye to cloud.
That's cold. That's cold. Well, listen. Team Asha says cloud brings experience to any device, and that's what we're rocking with right now. God damn it! You can play where you want. And your games, progress, friends, and identity stay with you across console, PC, mobile, and cloud. Xbox will be built to be affordable. What does that mean? What did we hear back? Xbox is not going to go ahead and eat the costs on any consoles anymore. They're not going to subsidize shit. Well, what this sounds like Asha saying, we're going to subsidize the fuck out of this next console because it will be affordable.
Or they're going to just change the plan a bit and say, you know what, that Series S model, that was a good idea. And maybe we need to do one. You never know.
I think I never doubted that would be the way forward. I don't think, similar to like Nintendo, right? Where Nintendo, they came out with the Switch. They could never go back to a console that's not a handheld, right? It's not possible. It will never happen. Xbox, I feel, is in that same exact boat. Once they did the One X and the One S, it just made too much sense. Now we're in the Series X, Series S. Now, I am ready for that naming to kind of go away with the Series and One. I would like it to be look, that's crazy. I just saw on the bottom, Curry, Helix X, Helix X. You can't do that because Helix ends with the same sound as S and X, but you're in the same vein that I was going with. I want a name and then give me the suffix. That's fine, but give me a new name, right? Give me a name that is like the Xbox something, but not a series, not the. Come up with a new name. I want something cool, but Helix can't be S and X because you can't say it. It fucks you up. Helix X, Helix S. You know what I'm saying? Like this, it ends in the same sound effect. You can't do it.
She needs to take a page out of Satya's book and just skip the 5 and call it the Xbox 6 X and S and just be done with it. They literally did that with Windows. They skipped 9
Apple did
because they wanted to match back.
Apple did it to catch up with Samsung. They went from the 8 to the X. They just fucking skipped a whole number.
And that's literally what Windows 10 did. Windows 10 went from Windows 8 to Windows 10 because Mac has been on Mac OS 10 for like ever. So they're like, let's just do that. So Windows 10. So they just need to take a page out of the Windows book, whatever Satya's book there, and say Xbox 6, X and S, done. Make it simple.
Yep,
done.
I agree. Somebody, Judah says, go Xbox 7. Go one higher. You really fuck up PlayStation. That's hilarious. But again, this is very important. This line, Xbox will be built to be affordable. Remember, just in the paragraph before, she said console is at the foundation, delivering a premium experience. Xbox will be built to be affordable. Those two things combined tell me subsidize. Yes, there's still going to be the S and the X, right? Oh, shit. Fillmore is suggesting go 5 and 6. Give both generations now. The 5 is the weaker one, the 6 more powerful one. Oh, shit.
Not a bad idea.
That's not a bad idea. Because that would basically be hey, the Helix 5 is still an upgrade. It's still the next generation. But if you want the next generation, you could get that shit right now. Yo, that might not be bad. I like that. I like that idea. All right, let's continue. Xbox will be built to be affordable, personal, and open. We will. God, I love the fucking certainty in her words, right? We will. God, I love it. We will offer flexible pricing so it's easy to get started and keep playing. The experience will adapt to you, letting you customize how you play, helping you find what you love, and connecting you with the right people. And we will be open to all creators, from individuals to the largest studios, giving anyone the tools to reach a global audience and keep their games growing over time. This is a big one right here. You ready?
Yep.
Our new North Star will be daily active users or players. Daily active players. Not monthly, daily. She wants to see motherfuckers playing every goddamn day, all day long.
Reach
Argy,
a
what does that
global
mean to you?
audience. Reach a global audience. Yeah, and the daily active like this, she's probably a good person to kind of figure this out. But essentially, one of the things and she mentions it later that they have to contend with is not just other platforms for gaming. It's your time, your eyeballs, like the time you have to game. Right? You might be watching YouTube videos like this. You might be watching Twitter, or you might be watching Twitch. You might whatever it is. Right? You're going through other things. Your eyeballs have been set there instead of on gaming, and she wants to try to get that. So it's how much time every day can she get from every customer, so that is where they're going to drive the engagement. So it's not like, hey, you played a game and then we won't see it for 2 months. Like, nope, we want you here. We're going to give you something every day. We're going to give you something every week. Come back. Keep coming engaging with us. We're going to have something for you all the time, right? So that's the point, right? To keep the content flow going, the engagement going. And it seems like she's doing that with even the news, right? She keeps pushing more and more.
I was, as you were saying that, I literally was thinking like she's already doing that, right? She's already commanding the news cycle with new shit all the time, and she's trickling it out, right? She's trickling out, but goddamn, is it effective? It made me say fuck playing games on the stream tonight. We got to go live and talk about this shit, right? Like this is her world, and we're fucking living in it right now, bro. She is crushing it, man. All right. And I honestly, I feel like, you know, what you're saying, obviously, I agree 100% with what you're talking about. Daily active players also, it just shows that focus, right? That it's not well, let's see what happens. Let's see how things shake out, right? Shaking out isn't a month, right? Well, you know, by the end of the month, we got some players in, so it worked out, right? Daily active players tells me that they are hyper focused on making sure what they're doing is impactful now, not just today, tomorrow, and every day after that, right? Like if your North Star, if your big number up on the board is how many people are playing right now every day, right? And that number is lower than you want it to be, that makes you say, holy shit, let's sign a deal now. We need something to happen to make this number go up, right? It keeps them focused on this moment, not some theoretical time in the future. That's what I feel that's what she's signaling to us. She's telling us we care right now, every moment of what's happening at Xbox, not this big, you know, monthly number, not the quarter. Today matters to Xbox. That's huge. That's really huge. Let me go ahead and come over here and shout out our boy, motherfucking P Lump, man. Shout out to you, P Lump. Thank you for stopping by, bro. Appreciate you, my dude. With that $2 super chat says, "Stop the madness. Find my theme song." I have no theme song for you, sir, but appreciate you being here, brother. Appreciate you being here, man. All right, let's. G maybe makes a good point. Says catch trends as they're happening, not later. I mean, yes, that's hard to do when like if you're trying to make a game, but like other things that are, if you're meaning just like trends of what the vibe is, right? Like what people are talking about now, like let's talk about it now. Let's handle it now. Let's make moves now versus waiting for some projected theoretical time that may never come, right? Like, I don't know. Sin says, does that mean the return of crunch? Listen, look, I'm not in the industry, so I can't say whether or not that's a good thing or bad thing for the people who are in it. But as an outsider, let's be real. Listen, they were punching way above the hardware levels back when crunch was a thing. You know what I'm saying? They were out here fucking stressing, but they were giving us good shit. Nah, I don't know. I'm probably being very real with that. I really don't look at it, but I don't look at it that way, but who knows, man? Who knows what they're going to be doing? All right, let's continue. And again, you know what I love? she's saying it, and then she's like, again, this is what I was saying. Like, I thought some of this stuff was gonna end, but like she just goes deeper because that's what we're used to, right? The people who talk about like these empty promises is because something high level is said, and then they walk away. You know what I'm saying? They say some high level idea of what's gonna happen, and then say, okay, cool, you'll see it when you see it. Whereas what she's doing is she's saying something and she's giving you their definitive plan of what they're going to do and how they're going to do it to make that happen for us, which is wild. So let's continue here. We will execute this through 4 priorities. Number 1 priority, hardware. Hardware. Number 2, content. Number 3, our experience. All the way at number 4 is services, which is crazy because if y'all watched the ID at Xbox joint today, bro, they should just start calling that bitch the Game Pass show because we got so many more games coming in the Game Pass just from that show. It's insane. Insane. But yes, services, if that's what she lists at 4th, and we see how good the services are, understand that that's where she's looking at. She's trying to match that or exceed the excitement we have for Game Pass for everything else. That's phenomenal. All right, hardware. Let's get this right to it, okay? She says, stabilize Gen 9 as a healthy and high-quality base. What did we tell you from the fucking go? Here on this channel, we've been saying it nonstop. Next generation is not going to remove this generation. It's not going to take its place. It is an additive layer going forward. There will be nothing but layers on top of every generation going forward when it comes to Xbox. PlayStation might not make it, but Xbox will continuously add layers to these generations as they go on. This gen, your Series S, your Series X, this is the base. Every game made for next gen will work on this gen. This is what she's telling us. Also, as Shane G in the chat said, right, this is also telling you, hey, these prices that are inflated right now, right, all these price increases, we're going to work on that to bring that down. We're going to make it where these prices eventually get to a point where they are low enough that they are a true, let's be real, okay? $450 is the cheapest way you can get in now, right? That's what the Series S is. 450?
No, it's 400. It's 400.
Oh, 400. 400. Okay. So 400, that's still a lot of money considering that previous generations, you know, like 400 was the launch. You know what I'm saying? Like that was the pinnacle of the pricing. So, you know, and people waited for years after that to get into a generation when it was down to 3 or 4 or 200, right? Or 250, somewhere around there. So, you know, they have room to get these prices down where a Series S allowing you to play whatever the newest game is, but you can buy that box at $250 or $300 some point in the future is really the goal, right? You need to be able to invest in these new big games that are going to take advantage of the highest tech in the Helix while still being able to drive sales of that game to the majority of people who can't afford to buy those more expensive boxes, right? So for me, healthy and high quality base lets you know that you're still going to get good quality shit from this generation. And at the end of the day, healthy, I take it as affordable. That's what I look at it as. I think that means it's affordable. What do you think, Hargeet, when you hear that particular line when it comes to stabilizing Gen 9?
I think that's part of it. It is like the cost structure. Maybe it's also reducing the cost of making them. So that's probably part of it. And I think
which will go hand in hand, right? Because once they cost less to make, then they can reduce the price.
Well, a lot of it also is just the AI bubble, right? But and then the other part of this where it says high quality base, it's kind of hinting that, hey, when Helix comes out, don't expect Series S and X to not still be there,
Yep.
and that is still going to be a very good entry point because it may be that the Helix is still pretty expensive, and so we're still going to keep offering you the Series S and the Series X, and hopefully they can get to a point where like the Series X is discounted down, where
Yeah.
its entry point
It
is
has
like
to be.
$400 or 350, right? And it's like, well, that's a
Yeah.
pretty good machine. That definitely will continue to play a lot of games. So,
Dude,
that might be a part of it.
when you look at Apple, Hargeet, every year they come out with their new shit, right? But all that does is that the other ones, like they still have the other ones in the lineup and reduce the cost of the lower end ones. You know what I'm saying? Like the ones that cost less, they reduce the cost. They keep that shit alive because you could still like there's nothing that those are gonna be able to not run that's released. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the power difference, the shit that releases on the new stuff will still run on your old iPhone. So there's no reason to stop selling them when you can get them sold for cheap, right? And that's what this needs to be, right? They need to start moving this generation needs to become the definitive entry point where you can get into quote unquote next gen gaming without spending what it's going to cost. Because I agree. I think, to be clear, when I think that Xbox is going to start subsidizing costs, I don't think that means that they're going to release a very cheap high end model. I just think that what you're going to get for that high end model is going to be worth so much more. So you're still going to spend, $1,000 or $1,200 to get the highest end Helix or whatever. But what you're going to get in that box is going to be worth, $2,000 or 2,500. Like they're going to put in so much shit in there that is going to be worth it. But I think that's important to understand. Like we've been saying it here for a long time, but the fact that she goes ahead and puts it here, Gen 9 is the base going forward, right? Remember, she started by talking about how do we move forward in this new era, in the Asha era. This is the base. This is going to be the base. There will be no more, restarts. You know what I'm saying? From now forward is where it's going to count. Then she goes on to my most exciting topic is the next part, deliver Project Helix to lead in performance and play your console and PC games. She also separated the two, right? So she also made it clear the console games and the PC games are all going to be playable here, but she's also defining the fact that there will be console games and PC games. So the console games are going to be the game, the version of it that is built for the Project Helix, like definitively, everything is geared towards the Project Helix. And then the PC versions are still just going to be the shit that you could play on any PC that's out there, right? So it's a pretty clear line. But yes, talking about Project Helix, letting us know that it's going to lead in performance. That's what I'm looking at. That's what I want. That's the only thing I ever want from them is to always be leading the way for us, right? And that's important. And then lead in comfortable, personal, and high performance accessories. Ooh, she's not just talking about this other shit. She wants to this new fucking, you saw how she talked about the new controller for Horizon. She was like, beautiful game needs beautiful accessories. I was like, oh shit. Look at her out here selling shit to us. I mean, it worked. I bought it and the fucking the stand for sure. Didn't do the headset little, I couldn't fuck with it. Like Doodle was like, you better not wear that shit. But the controller, fire.
Yeah, and I guess they'll continue with the wraps, right? The console wraps, but like I want custom consoles. I don't know why they don't just make those. Like I know they're kind of expensive, maybe that's it, but I bought a freaking Xbox One X Gears edition solely for the fact that it looked fire. That's it. I did not need it in any way, but I bought it anyway because it looked fucking awesome.
So I agree. I agree 100%. And I think that you and I would fucking end up with goddamn 15 Xboxes in the goddamn house when they release it. But I think the problem is, and I think a lot of people want the custom consoles. I think the problem is like, where do you draw the line? But I feel like you could do it. I feel like it just wouldn't matter. But I also feel like you should offer the wrap version. Don't force people to buy the box to get a look, right? Sell the box that way.
Yeah.
Sell a wrap. You know what I'm saying?
I'm good with that.
And make them custom consoles where you're not pre-making a bunch of consoles. Let us go to the store and buy an Xbox and click the wrap button. Click the custom one.
They have the design lab, right? You just say, all right, add consoles to the design lab and say, 100%. I want why not just
and charge us more for the console?
Yeah. And if it takes 5 weeks to come, who cares? People will buy it. They will line up to buy it. They will. It just
Absolutely.
It is what it is.
What they need to do is just know that that's what it is, right? It can't, like, I feel like what the reason they don't want to do is because they don't want to have a stock of separate consoles and leave the old ones behind. But if you make it this way, where it's built to order, just fucking let me build it. This is the thing. It's only the case that's going to be built to order.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like all the fucking insides, you're gonna have a bunch of them just waiting to go, and then you're just gonna take your old black boxes and just find a way to do it, bro. Just do it. It just makes sense. Like, I feel like it's just a smart thing to do because it's sexy. It's sexy to see a nice new console, and
hey, hopefully she sees this. Make design lab consoles. Let's go.
Well, we know that's going to be priority when I see her in June. All right. When we go in June, we see her. But listen, we love everything you're doing. We need custom consoles, fam. Right on the site. Just let us build it ourselves. No stock for you. Okay. Built to order. Charge me $100 more. I'm good. I'll wait 3 weeks for you to make it. Whatever it takes. I don't care. Let us build it. Take it the next step further after that. Just let us design our own. Let's fucking go.
Literally.
You know what I'm saying?
Literally.
Just charge us more, bro. I don't care. The people who care will do it.
Custom controller as well, right? You can design your whole console with the controller, everything, all the colors you want. Fair enough. Why not?
I'm digging it. I love it. Me likey. All right.
So it's literally the next line.
Coming.
Right?
Yep. And then next, build a strong ecosystem that expands choice and reach. We just said it. I think that's just the way forward, man. Make Xbox a place that you can get what you want from it.
Yep.
I love that. All right. That's hardware. Okay. And I mean, that's what she's saying. So it seems like we're not too far off from that idea. They might already be having this shit ready to go. Who the fuck knows? All right. Content. Grow and extend an enduring portfolio of franchises players love. Grow and extend. So she's talking about, hey, let's go ahead. Let's build some new games that people are going to love, turn them into franchises, right? Not one-offs all the fucking time. Let's get some franchise, energy being built up, right? So that's good. Evolve our third-party partnerships and strengthen our 5-year slate. First of all, I love that 5-year slate. You're thinking 5-year chunk of games coming out. Goddamn, that's amazing. Let me ask you a question, Hargeet. When you hear evolve our third-party partnerships, evolve, not grow, not extend, like she said about our portfolio, right? Evolve. What are we thinking? Find a way to start building in a Game Pass relationship, start building in a Xbox Play Anywhere relationship. What are you, when you hear evolve, are you maybe thinking, let's start getting some like exclusive content geared towards the Xbox ecosystem of players? You know, where are you kind of where, when you hear evolve, where does that take your mind?
A lot of those are there, and then also the development process, right? So make sure that, like, you know, there are never these weird issues when the game comes to your platform, which has been mostly tightened up, right? But like, send out your tech ninjas, right? Go out there and let them help all these other studios get their game polished for you, just like Sony does. PlayStation sends out people to make sure the game hums on the PlayStation. Do the same thing. No reason you couldn't do that, right? So go ahead and do that. But yes, all those things you're talking about. How do you make people like sign up more and more for Play Anywhere? How do we get those games into Game Pass? You know, evolving generally means you know, making the partnerships better, right? So hopefully there'll be more partnerships, more games. Hopefully it also means we'll be working with some of these, you know, studios to or publishers to, you know, make games and publish them like they did with Ninja Gaiden 4 via Xbox, right? So Xbox Publishing will publish games that are from these third parties. So plenty of potentials here, and you know, a 5-year slate is, let's put the roadmap together. No, I hope they aren't running out of games, because that would be kind of disappointing, right?
Well, that's impossible.
No. I mean, like, because they have Ninja Gaiden 4, they have, like, I'm sure they have other ones in the works.
Oh, you mean third party?
Do they?
You mean third party?
When do they kind of run out of steam, right? So I don't know. So I think that's kind of what I'm looking at, right? Is let's get the roadmap for 5 years. Let's talk to all these various partners of ours. Let's get that going. Strengthen the relationships. Make sure they're covered whenever they need help. Because we've heard enough, like, and I think they've been trying to fix it, but enough that they, you know, they get pushback from the developers that, hey, we needed help and we didn't get it, and like. It was very hard to get that done, and therefore we skipped Xbox for now, and we'll come back to it. Things like that, right? You don't want any more of that, right? So just clean that up. Make sure that you're always available. You're getting into, you know, into their development process early on enough to make sure that the game is working well with your process. And now they represent two things here, right? PC, Windows, and you know, Xbox, and make sure that all works. So good stuff. That's a good sign. Yep, you want to make sure that third parties are all happy. Make sure the development process is great. They want to be here, right? If you want this to be the place to play, developers have to want to make the games for you, right? So make that as seamless and easy as possible. You've already heard part of that from Jason, right? In the GC, right? When he was talking about how we're making the development process easier, one development path, all the consoles, right? Good stuff. That's what you want to do. But yeah, there's a lot of potential to evolve those, make them better. And then wherever they might be phrased, right, make sure you're fixing those. But yeah, I see a lot of that, right? A lot of things you mentioned. Yeah, I see a lot of that. So
yeah, I agree. I'm very, very excited for the possibilities of all this, man. Like, there's just so much. And again, like, I feel like if you look at what has already been accomplished by like Sarah Bond and Phil kind of outreaching to these teams that have been avoiding Xbox, and they connected those bridges, right? Like, they made it where, you know, Final Fantasy and all these all these other games have just poured in, right? But that was them. And I feel like Asha now has like, I feel like she has like a not take no as an answer attitude. Like, it's not, hey, would you guys ever consider? And more like, hey, this can't happen anymore. What do we got to do to make this stop? You know what I'm saying? How do we stop the bleeding? Like, let's stop this shit now. How do we do it? I don't want to hear that this blah, 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 blah. No. How do we fix it? How do we get it done? Like, that's what I feel like Asha, how she would approach this shit. That's really how I feel.
And consider the like marketing methodologies and whatnot. And maybe this is something where they step it up a bit, right? They've been doing pretty good. I think they've been doing pretty well. Like, the shows are just so good. Great. But right. But like, maybe they step it up with bigger games where they somehow skip those or miss those, right? And some you know, some of them just like Sony goes and gets them. It's like, well, why don't you intercede and say, nah, we want that one, right? And they've done a couple of them. That's it's a good, you know, a good thing. They've done a couple of them. It's absolutely the case, right? But yeah, I'm hoping this also means there's a certain Take-Two that's in that list, and you might want to evolve that partnership for a certain game coming
Ooh,
at the end of the year. I'm just
bro,
saying, there's some things that need to
bro.
happen there, Asha.
Trying to make people cry. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to bring tears to some people out here in these streets.
I don't
Oh
want tears.
man,
All I want is like compete. I want you to have a you know, a seat at the table when that game comes out, and not like the silent partner in the background that doesn't have any attention, right? And everything goes to PlayStation. It's like, no, I want you to show up. I want you to say, we've got you know, GTA. Here's a console bundle, $300, $350 with the game. Go. You can buy this and you have the game. Go play it, right? For those that haven't upgraded already, right? So I just like, I want them to try to push the envelope here, right? And that's a big partner that they could absolutely work with. Oh, these are contracting place. I don't care. I don't care about contracts. Contracts is just words on a freaking paper. Everything can change at any time.
facts. I mean, I think we've seen that at this point.
Yep.
Like nothing really, like nothing is set in stone when somebody has the desire to make a move. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, honestly, this is all this is all based off of Asha's like tenacity, bro. Like the fact that she's just ready to go. She's ready to get it. I'm so pumped for her, man. All right, let's continue. Expand into China, emerging markets, and mobile first audiences. Okay, let's break that up into two parts, because first two parts is what you've been shouting from the rooftops, right? Expand into China and emerging markets. Hargeet, she's speaking to you, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's good to note this is the content side, right? This is not the sales side. This is the content side. And China's been making some great games. It's just the way it is, right? And so in that area of the world where they're starting to actually get into this, don't let it lapse, right? Don't let others come in and take the glory. Go in and get some of these deals, right? Like the big mishap with Black Myth Wukong should just never happen, right? You should just be upfront and making sure. Well, what are they doing? Oh, okay, Luna, we're going to intercede that. Why is that happening? What do you need from us to make sure that doesn't happen, right? And sure, scummy things happen, all that, whatever. Negotiate. Make sure you don't have that happen, right? And this is you showing up, right? It's not like, oh, it happened and I have to react. No, you need to show up all the time. And I hope they do that, right? And that's what you need. So if you start seeing these games from game developers out there, get in there, yeah, right? And like there's Korea's doing stuff now, other places in Southeast Asia, India's starting up. Heck, Africa, they have like I think they had somebody out in Africa now on the Xbox side, right, to try to handle all the games that are coming in. Absolutely, let's get going. Let's get those emerging games. Let's go. Make sure that it doesn't like go over to the other side, but whatever it is, right? So like that you need to have that kind of marketing moment with yourselves, right? That you bring in these games to the community. So it'd be great if they kind of get more of those. They have been getting some from Japan. That's been good, right? The Japan side, they've been kicking it, right? They've been killing it over there, but we need to get some of the other ones as well. And so hopefully they'll try to do that. That's exactly what I want. This is on the content side, not on the marketing and sales side. That's a different story. On the content side, mobile first audiences. Yeah, they just made a massive acquisition in King, right? And there's more potential there, right? So there's another big company that was just take two, but what Zynga? Okay, I'm just saying. Look, there's other ones out there. I don't want to like that. That's not the only target, but there's they I'm sure are looking at how to get some of the games. How do you partner? And when you see mobile first audiences, it kind of goes to like, you know, shout out to Jazz who had said, hey, I think the mobile store thing is dead. But Asha came in and said, nope, it's still going. We're just in the legal process, right? So if you're going to go down that path, mobile first audiences, you want to have content that you can offer them. So how do you make that happen? So you got to do the same work as you're doing with the, you know, the console and PC games, but the mobile developers too. And so that needs to be a focus that they're going to have to do. Now, that hopefully does not take away console focus, because we have to have the console focus, right?
Well, she said definitively that it's not. The console is first.
But totally go after the mobile thing. Absolutely. Since like 70%.
I mean, they're big enough. Like Microsoft, right? Xbox, they're fucking huge, right? So if they want to tackle different things, they can absolutely do that without affecting the people who are focused on console and shit like that.
Yeah. So great. Absolutely. Get the content. The other thing with mobile is there's nothing stopping you from making that available on the console, on the PC, right? So they can do those things and absolutely make those games available. They can put them in Game Pass, make them available, things like that. That's always a possibility, right? So,
well, we've already talked about like how the Helix is going to play a PlayStation game that PlayStation can't play, because they're making a mobile / PC game and the PlayStation can't play it. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, let's just call a spade, right? This is where Xbox is right now. And I think, Hargeet, to your point with China and these emerging markets and the software that they're making, and people bringing up Korean studios are crazy right now. Like it's their Crimson Desert is still one of the best games I've ever experienced. It's so good. You go to them and you now are in a situation where you're like, hey, listen, I know building for Xbox was one thing, but now Project Helix, man, that's bringing you right to the place where it's like, hey, you're building one time and putting it everywhere. Don't worry about Xbox or not Xbox. Just build the game, and it's gonna go where it needs to go with you just doing your job. Just build the game, right? Like that's like that. How do you turn that down and look at that as a negative in any way when the work is going to be done for you through that stack? Build the game, everything else is going to fall in place. Minimal effort to do the things that are going to separate the different parts, right? The different places that is going.
Yeah. I mean, that's the beauty for them is they own where people are making games, Windows, where people are absolutely going to sell their games, Windows, right? And it's like, hey, just check this box, and now you got it on all the Xboxes too, and you're done. Like that's a pretty cool feature, right? And yes, you do have to do certifications. That's fine, right? But whatever. But that is a good path. It's like you don't take it doesn't take much. You just have to publish to Windows, but it happens to have the checkboxes for these other ones, and you can just go ahead and publish to the other platform with our consoles as well. I like that, and I think they're looking to do that, right? They're saying, hey, we want to do that. That's what you got at GDC, but they also are getting reiterated with not this one, but there was another thing that came out, right? That Asha sent out like a day or two ago about the whole development process, right? And so there's just been news all over the place. I don't know if you saw that one.
That one is leaked. That one was leaked.
That was leaked, right?
She didn't put that out. Yeah.
But well, I mean, she did put it internally, right? And so
yeah. Facts. Facts.
And that went over the development process, right? And like there's just so much interesting stuff going on. But yeah, that's exactly right. So
you know what, Hargeet, if you think you can find that,
I can
while I keep reading, so that we can kind of bring that up a little later, just kind of get the actual context of it. All right, and then continuing on content, because that's already a huge deal, very huge deal for us. Maintain and grow in live games and long-term stewardship. And again, maintain and grow is very clear. She kind of goes right into it the next line. Elevate creator-centric platforms like Minecraft, Elder Scrolls, and Sea of Thieves, right? So Xbox has a lot of live games, right? They already basically have the biggest ones out there outside of Fortnite, right? And it's just about going ahead and growing that, maintain and grow. So they want to keep the games that are killing it. They want to keep them killing it, but they want them to kill more. You know what I'm saying? They want them to do better. So they're going to invest in doing better. I wouldn't read that, just in case there's some people out there, I wouldn't read that as hey, we're trying to go ahead and start making a whole bunch of live service games. That's not what she's talking about, right? She wants to go ahead, maintain and grow in live games and long-term stewardship. So I think that's important to important to kind of separate. All right. So as far as current content is concerned, goddamn, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is fucking beautiful, right? Experience, okay? Fix the fundamentals for players and partners. First of all, she's already there, right? She's already doing that. We've already gotten those updates that have fixed a lot of things for us, and made things better for us. And that's clear that that's her path forward. She doesn't want any more like, oh, put that on the back burner. Oh, that doesn't matter. Oh, that's not that big a deal. She don't care. Somebody gave a shit, let's fucking fix it. You know what I'm saying? Let's make it happen. Look at the achievements. They're getting like little tweaks already. Things are changing there. People have been dying for that for so long, right? I would say the biggest one that fundamentally she has to figure out how to fix is the like the sharing and the like clipping and all that shit. That's still not exciting. It still doesn't work the way I want it to work. It's kind of a bitch. You have to put an exterior one to download, you know, to get the longer clips, where on PlayStation you don't need to do that. It'll just automatically save an hour of gameplay as you're playing. Like, literally you can save up to an hour of what you just did, you know, which is huge, because the one thing, like, when you're doing reviews or you're doing content, right, you need to have clips to play, right? Well, what I just started doing, because you don't know when things are going to happen, right? So I literally just record my gameplay for hours on, like, if I'm doing a review, I'm recording every moment of it, and then, you know, going ahead and deleting them over time, like after I'm done with the review, because I don't need all that shit, right? But like, if I was in a scenario where it would just automatically record, and after I'm done, I'm playing or whatever, I could be like, oh shit, all right, that clip, that's a good one, I'm gonna keep this set. And then if this one, I'm like, nothing really worth keeping happen here, I don't need to save that, like, that's good, right? So I do want them to figure something out with that, and I would like them to do that ASAP. It'd be much appreciated. And then says, make Xbox the best place for developers and creators to build and grow. I mean, listen, that's a great thing for her to say. We have heard that many, many times about making Xbox the best place for developers and creators to build and grow. But I think when she says it, knowing to be fair, what was already in play, the movement towards Helix was already in motion, right? These thoughts were already out there. She's going in and just landing that ship, right? Making sure that that's actually what takes place, right? She's making sure that at the end of this, they actually are going to be developers who are so excited that they get to put their game out one time and it goes everywhere needed, right? That it's easy to develop for. There's no major hurdles for them to overcome every time. Like, these are important things. And, you know, I feel like if anybody is going to get it there, I feel like it's Asha. That's where I am with her. I feel like if anyone's going to make that statement come to fruition, if anyone's going to be the one to make the developers and creators, happy to build their games here, it's going to be her. So I'm looking forward to see how that plays out. And then overhaul discovery, customization, social, and personalization to connect the community. Again, these are, like, out of everything else she talks about, this here is the part where it's like, okay, cool, like, overhaul discovery, like, you're gonna try to do that, great. I think that they've always been trying to do that, right? Like, Xbox, the one thing you could say, or the one thing you can't say about Xbox, is that they didn't just sit and leave like your front end alone. It's not like PlayStation that has the same the same screen you look at the day you first get a PlayStation is the same fucking screen you're going to get 6 years later, right? Where Xbox, they adapt and try to grow that UI. Like, they try to fix things when it comes to that as much as possible. Customization, they hear you. They've been adjusting the box sizes and all this shit. Like, that's not the place that I'm concerned with. I feel like I'm glad that she's going to kind of step in and make sure that things are moved in the right direction. But that's kind of like continuation of what Xbox already does. But yeah,
that is what you would put in
What do you
custom
think?
console, right? That's where you get
Well, I
custom
guess
console.
I mean technically because this is more of experience now. Where in hardware she was talking about the console. But yes, maybe she's gonna try to, imagine a world where your Xbox front end is like your homepage on your fucking cell phone, right?
Yeah.
Like you just put shit where you want it, how you want it, right? What's important to you? What does your front screen look like, right? Are you a
Yeah.
minimalist? Do you want this just one big ass huge picture of the game you're going to play or whatever it is, and you have like this little row of stuff? Do you fill your whole screen is just boxes of different shit to pick? Do you want to tag your games that are most important to you? Do you want to just have your achievements up there because every time you look it's exciting? Like that's absolutely a direction that they can go, right? Really get into that customization. Let you plug in a mouse and keyboard and just go ham trying to fucking set up your screen the way you want to, right? That's all possibility, right? So I'm excited for that. I do see her kind of stepping out of the box and telling the team. That's the one thing I feel like, although they've been doing this stuff, I feel like with Asha there, I've seen people who work for her just really come out of their shell under her, kind of, leadership now. Like Stein, for one, I see him, he's going out there. Bro, he talks shit to Jeff Keighley. Like, let's call a spade a spade. Like, he came out and he was like, bro, what the fuck image is that? You know, say that with a 144p. Are you fucking deliberately using the worst image possible to look at Xbox Game Pass? Like, I'm just saying, like, that's what he did, right? So it's like this empowerment that she's putting behind the team, I think is really showing through. And if she's looking at those UI people and she's like, listen, I know what you've been working on. Take away the barriers. Fucking make something dope and show it to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like that's the type of empowerment she's going to be given to these people. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing that. Now, services. It says, and this is where things are going to get juicy, guys. Fortify Game Pass with clear differentiation and sustainable economics. That's important to understand here. Okay. So what she just did with the ultimate pricing getting lowered, okay, lowering the PC pricing, lowering the price of premium, was like the ultimate, like not the ultimate, the basically like her opening salvo, right? It's just her saying, okay, look at the type of shit I'm willing to do, right? Boom, here it is. Ultimate's down. This is what we're doing. But again, they're not looking to let this be a source of bleeding, right? Like that's not the goal here. They want to make it make sense. And they're looking to make things that are different. Now, we do have a leak because there was another announcement that was made about Discord kind of getting involved in Game Pass somehow. And we have the leak on that. So we will talk about that separately. But the point is look at that immediately, right? Discord involved, right? That's going to open the eyes of a lot of different people who are like, oh, that's interesting. That's a cool way to get involved, right? I like that idea. And that seems like that's something that they're going to want to do. Make it clear and make it separate, right? But we've also heard rumors about them allowing pieces to be put in place however you want. There's a lot of stuff with Game Pass and the sustainable economics, which is what I would say warned you guys with. The one thing is that if you start doing all these puzzle pieces, that means cost is going to be variable where you might, yes, overall be paying less as a dollar amount, but the value of that is going to lower, right? So you're not going to actually, like people say about Fortnite, coming out. Okay, cool. But you're not getting $10 off or $12 off for Fortnite. You know what I'm saying? You're getting the bundle price off, which is like $2 or $1, depending on how, they valued it. So like if you then say, okay, well, Fortnite's important to me, that's not going to be a $2 ad. It's going to be a $4 or $5 ad to a basic subscription tier, right? So like I think that's where you get into some like weird economics that can, obviously gear people towards still doing Ultimate as the best version of this bundle. But if you need to reduce the cost, you'll get less, pay less, but you'll get, I would say, way less in my mind. But what do you just for this particular part, Hargeet, when you hear like the fortified game pass with clear differentiation and sustainable economics, what does that mean to you? How do you kind of break that down?
Well, so look, I'm going to look at the realities of what happened and why things changed, and a lot of people I know had quit Game Pass, so I'm sure those numbers for subscribers went down dramatically. So this wasn't all just benevolence that they cut down the price; they had to because people left. The $30 price, thing shocked people, and yeah, it just wasn't going to work. So they changed it. So Fortify is get people back, which may or may not work. I don't know that even 23 is enough. For some people, it might be too much. They look at things that they don't need, like Fortnite, for instance, right? You love it. That's great because you were paying for that. That's awesome for you. But a lot of other people are like, I don't need that. Why am I paying for that? So they're going to have to work through it. And they are looking at other things. We've seen other leaks about that, right? That there are other potential pairings, as it were, right? That they're going to put together, sort of an a la carte thing. And then there were other options, and I don't know what the Discord one is. I know I've seen like the messaging, right, that they put out. Like, what exactly are they looking at there? Because it's an interesting thing where they're saying it's.
Well, I think it leaked completely.
Okay, so if there's more about that, that'd be awesome. We could go into that. But Netflix, for instance, would be an interesting thing to pair up, right? Because a lot of people subscribe to that. So those are the opportunities I think they can take advantage of, but they need to kind of put that together in a way where it works. And I think that's what the Fortify comes from, is that the subscriber base did really kind of tick down a lot, right? So they kind of want to get that back, and there's a lot of reasons for that. Is like, if you want this to be sustainable enough for developers to decide, or publishers to decide to put their game in it, well, it has to have enough revenue to make it worth it, enough gamers to make it worth it, right? So they want to keep that that base level of subscribers. So either way, we will see what happens, right? That's kind of what that I'm looking at it as that, and that's the sustainable economics of it. It has to make sense to keep that as a thing. Right. So they're going to have to work out where the cost versus, the number of subscribers, like what content goes into it. Right. So they'll have to figure all that out. So that I think is what they mean by that. But do you have that leak? That'd actually be kind of nice to know. What is the thing?
Yeah. So I could bring it up.
Yeah. Let's
bring it up right now. Hold on. So The Verge, they went ahead and did it. So leak reveals new Xbox Game Pass Starter Edition that's part of Discord Nitro. So Discord Nitro subscribers are about to get a more limited version of Xbox Game Pass. That's crazy. Hold on, Hargeet. I'm going to read this, but just let's put this out there right now. Like, let me say it because I will fucking not remember. But we talked about going to Netflix and getting a Game Pass subscription that's curated for them. This is literally that for Discord. This is you becoming a Nitro subscriber. Discord Nitro. This is amplifying Discord, right? People are going to be like, oh shit, if I subscribe to Nitro, I also get this. And you're getting Game Pass. This is crazy. Just amplify this in your mind to something like Netflix, and this will go, this is insane. Let's actually read it. So it says, Microsoft started teasing a mysterious Discord and Xbox Game Pass partnership yesterday, and a new leak appears to have detailed exactly what's coming. Discord Previews has uncovered a new Xbox Game Pass Starter Edition that is bundled with Discord Nitro. The starter edition reportedly includes access to over 50 games from the Game Pass library, as well as 10 hours a month of Xbox Cloud gaming streaming and the ability to earn Xbox reward points while playing games. It's not clear which games will be part of the more than 50 titles available, but the leaked images suggest that Stardew Valley, Grounded, and Fallout 4 will be included. I mean, there's more: Tunic, Doom, Deep Rock Galactic, Overcooked 2, Dishonored 2, Gears 5, Hades Part 1, Crash
And is
Team
this for
Racing, City
PC or
Skyline.
console? They don't tell you, right?
I'm assuming this is for, I don't know. That's a good question. Let's keep going. We didn't finish everything yet. Excuse me. The starter edition doesn't appear to be limited to Microsoft's own first-party games, Xbox games either. Better xCloud developer Red Fox also uncovered that Xbox Game Pass Starter Edition earlier today and noted that a lot of third-party games will be available through this new Game Pass tier. I reported in February that Microsoft is looking at ways to bundle third-party services with Game Pass subscriptions. This new starter edition appears to be a way for other services to bundle Game Pass. Netflix co-CEO Greg Peters told the information last month that he and Sharma had kicked around ideas for partnering on subscription bundles, so perhaps we'll see Netflix offer a similar Game Pass bundle soon. I think that's exactly what the fuck is going to happen. The question you have is whether or not this is for console or for PC. That's an interesting question. We don't know. There's nothing said here. The one thing I will say is it says Xbox Game Pass, not PC Game Pass. PC does have its own tier. I think I don't know how you activate this, but it's not out yet officially, right? So they're gonna release it, and I guess they'll detail that on the actual announcement. Remember, this is just uncovered information, but I think this is huge, man.
It could be, right? It could be, and this could be cloud access, right? That might be the way they're looking to use it.
That might be what?
But yeah, it could be cloud access. That's another way, right?
Where you get 10 hours of cloud access.
Yeah. So I don't know, because the headache with Game Pass is like you need, the lowest tier of Game Pass to have online access. So a lot of people are still subscribed to Game Pass just for that, right? But it's not really like the Game Pass like premium or the Game Pass Ultimate. So it's interesting, but yeah, this is the kind of creative thing they need to do, right? Expand.
That's what I was gonna say. This plays into the expansion scenario. Obviously, this is not for Game Pass subscribers. This is not for people who are currently in it this way. This is a unique way to get people who are not involved into Game Pass. Because understand, there's already subscribers to this Discord Nitro. Those people are going to just automatically get Game Pass, right? So they're also, and I mean, I wouldn't know how the dollars work, but obviously there's going to be some type of dollars coming back, and they essentially are saying, Discord is saying we'll trade some of our revenue for the hype of people subscribing to Nitro getting Game Pass.
Yeah, there's also the potential, and I don't know if they're going to look at that or not. Maybe they aren't going to do that as well, but to do a swap, right? You get Game Pass, we get Nitro. So Ultimate subscribers just get Nitro or something like that.
I mean, maybe. I mean, that would,
right?
I would say put the whole console first mentality directly into effect here, where it's like, okay, cool, Discord users will get Game Pass, but how does that benefit current Game Pass users? Well, you get fucking Nitro. That would be fire. That would be really, really good. So I'm down. Let's make that happen. So this was very cool. This is very, when I first saw this, I didn't understand what this was. I thought it initially just was a new tier of Xbox Game Pass that came with Discord. But I was like, that's wild. Like, cause why, like if I have to buy that package to get Discord, what am I doing with my Ultimate, right? Like it doesn't make any sense. Like, so they're gonna have to give me this in Ultimate. That's the only way I can see it. You gotta. I mean, you can put in all the packages, but like this needs to be available to us if they're bringing it to the Xbox side of it, right? If it's not just the other way, because then the same thing would happen. Like if you think about Netflix, right? Like if Netflix offers a package like this, where you are subscribed to Netflix, and when you see that tab, now all of a sudden there's just an Xbox Game Pass tab that has a curated fucking set of games that you can play as a starter pack, but through Netflix. Like this starter pack, this whole starter thing could literally be applied to anything. Discord can offer it. Netflix can offer it. Hulu, Disney Plus can offer, like anybody. This is a way to take Game Pass and bring it to literally any other service that exists. Like if they can work the deal and get the numbers right, they can put this anywhere and become the de facto gaming service that other services are pushing. Because Discord is paying for this. Like Xbox is making money on this. This is not Xbox doing free work here. This is an addition. The same way Fortnite Crew, Epic makes money from Xbox on Fortnite Crew. Yeah. This is the Fortnite Crew to Discord, right? This is the additional service that they're going to provide to their subscribers. That's all extra revenue. And if you can do that and pimp that out to, other services, obviously they're going to be select, right? Because they're not going to want to, I mean, maybe they're not, maybe they're going to be everywhere. Maybe this will be the Netflix of gaming. Damn, we're already that. That's crazy. They're really trying to take it to the next level, yo. They're trying to be on everything. Is this the way PlayStation gets Game Pass? PlayStation Plus subscribers get a starter package to Game Pass.
It's kind of funny, right? Yeah, but look, like Discord at least has a very good correlation with gaming, right? So that's good. But yeah, other ones are interesting too, right? So we can see what happens. And they can potentially do this in other countries where maybe they have different services and start bundling there, right? And that gets exposure, just exposure of like, hey, what is this thing, right? And so that gives them some like shoe in to say, hey, these are our kind of games. If you want to, play more of them, you can come and subscribe to a higher tier or buy them or come to the Xbox ecosystem, whatever, right? And it's a good marketing tool, right? Because a lot of people, one of the headaches is like I despise advertising, right? I despise it. So I pay extra just so I don't see the goddamn ads, right? So I will never see any of that. So, and I'm sure there are plenty of people like that out in the world, right? But if this shows up in your service and it's just on the homepage of your Netflix or your whatever your equivalent is, right? It's just there. And you're just like, what's that? Click, right? And you just get to learn about it, right? And it's like, it's immediate marketing and exposure, right? So I think that's where it's very beneficial from an Xbox perspective, right? To just get the word out. Because a lot 100%. Of people spend time in these streaming apps. A lot of people spend time in these streaming apps.
They really do. They really do. And this is honestly like, this is a big deal. So like, understand, like you might not be aware of it, but if you go into your app for Game Pass, there are a good amount of games that take advantage of touch screen on a phone. You can play the game using the phone as a remote, and it has buttons that are catered to that game. So like your screen is not just cluttered with every button on the controller. They make the game have its own special buttons on that screen that relate to the game. So on Netflix, they already do. They are part of the app is your phone will turn into a remote to play a game that is on your screen on Netflix.
Yeah.
If you do that and you take all those touch games, or at least a curated list of them, put them on there as a starter. And I already saw like Gears of War, Part 5, that's on there. That's a touch enabled game. Okay. So if this package is on Netflix, you're not talking to people saying go buy an Xbox controller or a controller to play. It's turn on your phone, and you are now able to use the touch screen to go ahead and play these games, and they work. They work. So
yeah, I mean, and it offers the option if you ever want to get a controller, go ahead and get controllers, right? Like, so it's pretty cool, right? They should hopefully have games that are all ages, right? So if they get some of the more kid-friendly
they got
ones,
Overcooked and stuff like that in there as well.
Yep. Like Paw Patrol and Bluey and all that kind of stuff that kids really are attracted to, right? Just hey, whatever. Like, you want to try it? Sure, here you go, try it, right? So,
100%.
yeah, it's good stuff, right? And then you have mature content, of course, as well. So, yeah, it's an interesting model. It's an interesting idea. But yeah, then let's hope they do expand that to Netflix or something like that, right? Like go even more crazy.
Well, I feel like the CEO of Netflix already told us that that's the case.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's just a matter of time. And again, I'm telling you, this is a buildup. I'm telling you, I guarantee you, somewhere in her office, there's a road to showcase fucking whiteboard where she has everything she's looking to announce and do before showcase comes, where she's gonna be this fucking grand puma at the end, where it's just like, god damn. And she's treating this shit, yo, this is crazy, but this is true. She's treating this shit like a presidency. All right. She's like, in my first 62 days as CEO, this is what I have accomplished. We're working towards 100 days. I wonder, let me ask you a question. How many days from when she started to June showcase is it? Because if it's 100 days, that would be crazy. Because it literally lines up pretty close to 100 days, because she's at 62 now.
That much, actually. She started in Feb,
30
right?
days roughly in May, 5 or 6 days, 7 days in this showcase. There's only 7 days left now. That adds up to almost 100 days, my dude.
Yeah, it is pretty close. When did she was in Feb, right?
Yeah, February 1st she started. The first day was February 23rd.
February 23rd.
No.
So February 23rd. Okay, so number of days.
Really? I thought it was February 1st.
No, February 23rd. Number of days between Feb 23 and June 7 is 104 days. It is just
shit.
about there.
And 23rd was the official day, right? But it was like 4 days earlier that they announced it.
So, but either way, you know, it's so, but also consider, like, she's not somebody that has stuck around, right? So this might be like a presidential term. She might be there for like 4 years and then moves to the next thing, because that's just who she is, right? So maybe she gets comfortable here. That's also a possibility.
Well,
but
I mean, age
like
too
that,
is a big thing, right? So she was making her bones, right? So she is now. I mean, this is the mountaintop. You're literally working for one of the biggest companies that exist, right?
There's always another. So for people like that who have that drive, there's always another mountaintop. You know how.
But I'm saying
it's
that
just the way they get in Microsoft. I'm kind of done with this. I need to move on.
It's in Microsoft that you can reach the highest of tops for now. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
So whatever's happening, it's fine. But like, it's funny that you mentioned presidents. Like, I think she's going to be there for just about that long. 4 years. And then
maybe.
But yeah, it's funny, right?
Yeah, agreed. 100%. All right.
Back to our list, right? Back to the original list.
Let's go back to Asha.
And that was just the first bullet point in services.
That was the first of services. Okay. Now, she continues. Return the business to durable growth with strong cost discipline. Now, this can mean a lot of different things, to be honest with you. Okay. Strong cost discipline. Are we talking, hey, this is the budget for that game. Make it, and it has to fit in that budget? Is it a, hey, we're spending too much on this, we need to cut that back? There's a lot of ways that this could be taken when you talk about strong cost discipline, because that means saying no when you might have said yes. right? Hargeet? Oh, you were frozen
sorry,
and
I'm
silent.
muted. I was
Okay.
muted. Sorry.
Yeah, you were frozen as well. So now you're back.
Yeah. So, like the discipline part of it has me a little concerned, just a little concerned. But we shall see, right? Durable growth. You definitely want to have growth. That's the way it is, right? What that tells me though is that they were seeing declines. We all know that, right? But Call of Duty didn't do as well as it should have. But that was because it was Call of Duty's fault. That really was just on Call of Duty. They had a not so great game. They also reneged on things like you said, right? That hey, my stuff that I bought in 6 isn't moving forward when you said it was going to, right? That's a fail. They should just not do those kind of things, right? Either don't say that, but if you're going to say it, then follow through. So they certainly messed that up, right? So along with that came competition, right? Other games came out, so it didn't fail, right? Call of Duty still sold well. It just didn't sell as well as they expected, and so they had a decline. That's apparent and obvious. Fine, they want to go back to growth. Fair enough. So we will hopefully see that anyways, because hopefully the new Call of Duty would just do well as it is. And now they've taken it out of Game Pass. So, well, let's see what the sales are. Hopefully it's good. Right. And then cost discipline. That's the part that has me a little concerned, right? Cost discipline usually comes with layoffs. So I hope that's not the case. I hope it's more what she outlined on the other side, which I don't know if you saw that link, which is let's not have everything be heroics and each team does its own thing.
The dev one.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I was going to link
studios,
that right to the end of this. So we'll just switch over to that one as well.
But let's have the development teams, have standard clean processes for our dev cycles so that everything is as streamlined as possible, and you don't have to spend extra time to get it over the finish line, right? So everything is done appropriately at the right times, and let's leverage our shared knowledge in our dev cycle and our SDLC. So hopefully that will happen, and it will cut down costs that way. That's a much better answer. I'm hoping that's what she means. I'm hoping it does not mean I need to get rid of another 5,000 people or some bullshit, right? So let's hope that's what she means, because that is something they should do.
Unless they got to get got. I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm hoping what it really means is like what she outlined in that memo, which was an internal thing of like, hey, I'm noticing we're not leveraging the right methodologies for doing software development. Let's go ahead and do that. That should cut back on the extra effort, the overtime, and all that stuff that's happening, which I'm sure a lot of these people are paid hourly, right? So they're getting extra overtime costs, right, for getting the game over the line. So yeah, that's a good idea. All right, so like go ahead and try to get things squared away there. That should cut down some of the costs. That's great. Durable growth, I think they've already got some good plans here already. And I hope durable growth also means fucking compete on console sales instead of just letting it not go anywhere. Fucking compete. Like, is there a methodology they can use to start pushing the fact that, hey, we're still here, Xbox not dead, right? And let's go. Let's start trying to get people enthusiastic about being here, which I think she's already doing a great job with. There's so much going on where Xbox is all over the place now. Everybody's got to be talking about Xbox, which is great, and a lot of it's positive. So that's what you want to see. People like positive places. They want to be a part of a positive thing. That's what they're doing. I hope that means, hey, we're going to compete and we want to sell. We want people to be here.
I think that's going hand in hand, right? Because I feel like what you don't want her to do is link what she's doing to console sales. All right. And let me tell you why. If she does that and we end up, and again, like, we just got to call a spade a spade.
Yeah, the usual baloney.
If we end up not selling more, because ultimately this is just a play to cement the people who are fans and maybe, yes, bring some over, but like not a thing that's going to end up with a lot of people, then all of a sudden you have a failure point where Satya and Amy Hood and all these people are like, hey, that was cute what you did, but the sales didn't come. So now we're going to go back and do it our way, right? What's best for her is to frame console sales as a repercussion for what she's doing. Like, you're gonna get the sales because through the sheer force of what she's doing, people will have more interest. But if she goes out there and makes a key like priority to them, saying, hey, we're going to compete in console sales. Well, if it doesn't happen because the brand is just not going to overtake a PlayStation or a Nintendo, then what she's putting, literally putting in danger is everything she's doing now, right? Because if she ties this to equal console sales, all of a sudden that's a new point that she has to hit, that if she doesn't, it's going to make it where they can easily look at her and be like, bro, you failed because you told me all of this shit was going to equal console sales. So I think the way she has to handle this is, hey, Satya, shut the fuck up about the console sales. We have 40 million people who want our box. Let's worry about taking those 40 million people, making them happy so that they will talk to other people. And over time, yes, more people will buy the console, but that's not what our goal here is, because we already have that base. Let's stop worrying about figuring out how to get new people to fucking come. And how about keeping the people we have engaged and keeping that story going?
She already answered this, by the way. Just scroll up.
She did.
Xbox will be where the world plays. That's her vision.
Yes. 100%.
It's already
I don't
there.
think that vision is consoles. She's talking about Xbox, the ecosystem.
Whatever that means. I mean, it's going to be console as part of it. It's going to be cloud as part of it. It's going to be PC as part of it. Whatever it is.
Everything.
So it's going to be Xbox will be where the world plays. That is her vision, right?
And don't get me wrong. That happens, I agree 100% that sales are, the console sales are 100% going to be something that she in her mind is saying, if we do X, Y, and Z, it's like Field of Dreams, right? If you build it, they will come. Right? You can't think about them coming. Yep. Goddamn. That's crazy. Another doodle moment that would stop me. You can't think about who's gonna buy the console. You have to think about building everything for the people who love it and hopefully attract those people, but not with the idea of attracting those people, with the idea of satisfying your group of people, which she mentions later, right? By doing that, just by sheer force of the good that she's putting out there for the console, for the brand, for everything, people will come. People will come to be, oh, what's going on over there? Oh, I like that. Oh, maybe go. But if you cannot, and I just think this is definitive, she cannot make bringing new people in to buy the box as something that she's going to Satya as a definitive piece of the puzzle. She has to frame it like, let's take care of our farm. Okay. We take care of what we have. We take care of the people who want to invest here. And we have to give them a reason to stay invested, give them a reason to keep investing, and then give them a reason to shout it from the rooftops. That is where we're going to build a sustainable growth that is going to be something that lasts, instead of saying, how do we get new people in? That's the wrong mentality, because they haven't been able to do that like the other people, like PlayStation and like Nintendo, for a long time. Cater to your core. Give the other people reasons to want to come in, right? By leading them here, not by hitting it over the head. We have to get new console sales. Can't do it that way. I just don't think I don't think that's possible.
Well, I mean, you can certainly say just let it go. That's always an answer. I don't think that's ever a good answer. But you have to.
No, I don't think they should let it go. But I think the point is,
they should try for growth
through them doing it.
Right? Because I just think
when you say try for growth,
we lost.
I think the reason we have we always end up with this discussion is because when you say you want them to try to get console sales, what in your mind, like when you're saying that, what do you feel that means to you specifically with, I want to sell more consoles? What does that mean to you when you're thinking that and saying that?
meet your customer, right? Like the meme for the last couple of years has been Xbox is dead. Like literally,
Mhm.
most people who go into like even trying to buy a console, they don't even consider that you can buy an Xbox. They consider I'm buying a PlayStation or a Nintendo, or I'm going to go to PC, and that needs to go away, right? And she's working towards doing that. But that's the thing. A lot of what you said is part of it. You have to do that, right? It has to be. You have games that are compelling. You have an ecosystem that's compelling, which they have. The ecosystem is compelling, right? They need to just get to the point where everybody believes that they exist and actually are worth investing in. And that's on them. It's up to them to make that happen, right? You can just, sit there and not do anything, which is kind of where they've been, or say, no, we want you to buy our stuff. We want you to be here, whatever that here is, right? So they tried this is an Xbox that failed miserably. So now they're looking at what do we want to do next? That's what she's got to do. She's got to figure that out. Right. So that's where I see a potential for growth is how do I go up? She's specifically looking for daily active users to go up.
Yep.
Cool. How do you do that? What are your things that you're going to drive to make that happen? Right. So look, she's going to have a good vision to go figure that out. They have the metrics. They're going to figure out things to do. Hopefully that means she's going to go meet her customer and find out where she can get somebody enthusiastic enough to say, I'm going to engage with Xbox and this is how I'm going to do it. And if that's a console sale, that's great. If that's a cloud, fine, whatever. If it's a PC, that's great. Like whatever it is, right? Just get there, right? So if it's just TV, right? And you just use the app that's there, fine, great, awesome. If it's bundled with Netflix, cool. You just got some customers, right? These are the things she's going to have to do. Now that might lead to console sale increase, right? That's fine. So that's the kind of thing you need to do, right? You also need to be in the market. If somebody wants to buy your console, it can't be like, well, I have to go like to some other country and import it. And like, no. It's got to be available. Right. So those are things you got to figure out. That's up to them. Right.
Which is why I think that the whole idea of the OEMs is such a big deal. Because I think OEMs take your Helix and put it into markets that you're not necessarily in.
Potentially. Right. Or they can work out that deal themselves. It's up to them. Again, she'll figure it out.
Agreed. So, all right. And then this one is the thing, but this is the reality. It says, make cloud play feel native, fast, and reliable across TVs and low-cost devices. Now, I will say that I do agree with that statement because not every touch point is created equally. When you play on a device like a phone with a controller connected, it feels native. If I play on my handheld with the controls integrated, it feels native. As soon as I go and I say, all right, I'm gonna do it on my TV, it feels really good, but it does it's just a little bit off for me for a lot of times where I do it on TV, and that's why I don't really do it on TV too much, just because I found way more success with handheld. I'd rather dock the Xbox Series X and stream a game to it if I wanted to than to stream it directly to my TV. Even with GeForce Now, to be honest with you, it's not only an Xbox thing. To be clear, I think even GeForce Now,
one of the ones that has the native apps.
Yeah, I have it's on I have the Samsung.
Okay, so they didn't fix the latency issues because they supposedly had worked on that specific thing.
It's not bad. It's not bad at all, but it's not. I wouldn't call it native feeling, right? Like latency is minimal, but I wouldn't say it feels native. Like I have played experiences that feel native, right? So it's like I can tell because I use it so much that when I do go to like a TV for whatever reason, it's just not the same. It's just not the same. It doesn't feel the same yet. You know what I'm saying? It's close. Like it's good enough. You know, if that's the way you're going to play it, then it's fine. But it's like, I wouldn't say that the TV experience right now feels native. Now, maybe it's a combination that they're not necessarily doing 4K yet, right? So if you have a big TV, you know, the 1440p or 1080p is not the same. So I don't know, maybe there's just some type of delay there. I don't know. But I can't just say for myself when I play on the big TVs. It just doesn't feel 100% native. And I did do it fairly recently, maybe last month. I did something on the the TV. And to be clear, I'm not talking like from the console. It's not like if you stream from the console to the TV, like plugged in and you're just streaming a game instead of playing it, that feels native. It's literally the app on the TV. Okay. That's where I feel like it's a little separated. Again, even GeForce Now kind of feel the same way. So there's something there that's not quite, hitting it. All right. And then the big one. It's the big one. Use M&A deliberately to accelerate growth where organic paths are too slow. Woo! What does that mean, Hargeet? What does that mean? Where
well, it's interesting. It's under services. It's under services.
It is
which
under
is
services.
Interesting.
That's true.
What would they be buying in the M&A, like in the services arena, that they would want to use to expand their horizons here? I don't know what that is. So it could be like, could you say like the store of Steam? Like that could be a very useful thing as a service that they can have. That certainly is part of the service arena, right? Could they buy Discord? Could they buy something along those lines, right? Something like that could just give them a huge chunk of subscribers in the content or the media space, and then they can just bundle it together with Game Pass. That could be another way to grow, right? So those are things that could happen. But like, to me, that's the big one, is like, you need a store that everybody trusts, and it's sitting there. Steam is just there, and like,
so that's the way to grow where you want to grow without getting there organically, right? It's too slow, which is the Windows Store, right? So getting Steam completely takes that the weight is off the shoulder. It's done. Windows Store becomes Steam, or you leave it separate for legal reasons or whatever, however you want to do it, but you own Steam, so you're still where you want to be. So that is huge.
Yeah, and it takes away the huge, stupid, like, talking point of, you don't make any money when it says on Steam. Okay, yeah, now they do. So shut up. It doesn't matter.
Exactly. 100%,
right? And
100%.
On top of that, it does give them a couple of very heavily played games on the PC arena. So you get that engagement, right? You just suddenly got a whole bunch of eyeballs, a whole bunch of engagement and monthly active users. Right. So that is another value. And you get more IP that you will suddenly get. Right. So I don't know. That seems like an obvious one to me, but I don't know what where her head's at. It could be something in the cloud arena. It could be something, in some sort of subscription payment systems. I don't know, whatever. Right. So some sort of back end for customization things. There's all sorts of potential options. But to me, the biggest one would be something like that.
Well, also keep in mind, though, okay, that I know where they have it, but there's two reasons why you might buy a studio for games. One of those reasons is because you want to fast track your Game Pass growth by going ahead and inquiring studios that really would boost that up.
Yep.
Like a Take-Two and a GTA might just be something that would accelerate their growth.
Well, and think about it this way, like, there's rumors of, at least seems like it's pretty substantial rumors of a mix and match, right? A la carte mode where you can pick some of the things. If you don't want Fortnite Crew, maybe you want World of Warcraft. What if you want GTA Online? Right? So you just have that instead, right? And so, you know what? I'll pay to have GTA Online in there because I engage with that a lot, right? There's also a very interesting stat. We got a leak based on some hacking, right, of Take-Two, of how much revenue is spent, right? How much of the revenue comes from each platform. And the Xbox players are the ones that spend the most per person, per player, right? So they are the ones that spend the most on GTA. And it's like, well, okay, maybe there's a correlation there. And maybe that is something, maybe they don't want to, you know, mess with it. Maybe they're like, no, we want to keep making that money. Or maybe you attract those customers and say, do you want Game Pass? Right. So now you have an option there to say, I can give this to you in Game Pass. So there's potential. It could just be third-party partnerships. That could also be the thing, right? Like they do with Fortnite Crew. Fortnite Crew, they don't own Epic. They can just say, let's partner. Let's make that happen. That's a possibility. So we will see if they just do that. There's also just the potential gains you have by owning Zynga, and you own all of Take-Two. That's up to them. It is a very interesting proposition, right? Does that give them more ability to drive growth? Hey, now you get NBA 2K, you get WWE, you get, you know,
hockey,
is
golf.
it Judas? What's the name of the BioShock other game? Judas, right? Judas, you know, BioShock. There's another BioShock coming, right? And like along with GTA and all that stuff, right? But
Red Dead
there's
Redemption,
a whole bunch of other games. Right, you have a whole bunch of other games, right? And so, is that a value to add that in into Game Pass? So these are all open questions. And again, now that they've opened the door with Call of Duty, they might just say no, those games won't come into Game Pass. That's also a possibility, right? So that's a whole other discussion. But there are potentials, right? And I would say M&A for Steam is like the key one. I would definitely do that. Like, it's so brain dead obvious that you want to have the store that PC games are sold on. You want that. You just want to have that. It's just constant revenue. Why not do that? Right. And now you make your development process even cleaner. You just say, oh, you want it in Steam? No problem. Build the game, check Steam, check Xbox. Done. You have everything. Right. Done. Oh, and by the way, Game Pass PC is Steam. Done. Right. So there's so many potential, awesome things that come from it. And look, it's up to her. She seems bold. Seems like Satya's amenable to that. He did say that we're willing to invest more. So go get it. That would be my thought. Go get it.
I gotta tell you, Treybone says it, but I really feel like Fortnite is part of the roadmap for Xbox. And this is the thing. Before everybody tries trying to say that's not going to be a possibility, Epic does not make. I mean, they make a shit ton of money with Fortnite, but they spend so much money to keep it going that for them it's very difficult. That's why they had to lay off so many people. And it's funny that they laid off so many people. People typically do that when they're trying to get sexy and slim for a certain
and
upper.
They do have another major thing. Like, so they have two things as well. One of them Unreal, not as great, which is the Epic Store, but the other one, of course, is Unreal Engine. So 100%. That part's very interesting, right? So because now you would have an engine that like everybody wants to use, right? And then you would basically say, hey, that's a first party engine. We're going to make sure it hums on the Xbox. Why not, right? You're going to make sure it works as well as possible on the Xbox. It'll work fine on the other ones too, but your priority will be it works great on the Xbox, right? So that's always a possibility. They do that. And now every developer out there using Unreal, right? That target to go to, Xbox will be much easier. It'll just be right there. So there is potential for that. I'm not saying that isn't there as well, right?
Also keep in mind
between those, I pick Steam.
Yeah, just so people know, Steam is private, so they can sell to whoever.
So is Epic. Epic is also private. It's equity owned as far. Yeah, to my understanding, it's equity owned.
Shitting me? Xbox could go over there and drop 2 fucking sacks on these bitches. Bam, that'd be wild.
I'm pretty sure I'll check that, but I'm pretty sure they're still privately owned. Epic Market.
That would be. I know Tencent owns like a shit ton of them.
Yeah,
There's
it
a
just
lot of
says
people who own
approximately
pieces.
43. There's no actual market valuation because they're not.
And
They're
you
not
know
on
what?
stock.
Harry Balsack makes a great point. He said if Steam was not around, Game Pass would be at 60 million subs. They are the barrier. 100%, Harry. You fucking nailed it. Xbox's ability to grow in PC is 100% stifled by Steam. And I don't mean grow game sales because that's where, obviously their games go there and they sell, but their actual PC dominance can never happen. They will never, facts, 100, unless Steam deletes itself, they will never overtake Steam. Steam is its own fucking like group of people, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like it's their own island. The only way to get a piece of the island is buying the fucking island. You know what I'm saying? Like that's it.
And so yeah, to me that one seems like the obvious one. If I had to pick, that's where I go. I go get Steam because that helps you. Your entire Windows journey just becomes so much easier. You get all this revenue from every game. So, and then the integration, it's simple. It's your store. Done. You integrate Steam into your system, right? Now it just makes total sense that Steam games are on your Xbox console because it's your store. Done, right? It just makes sense. So that to me is the obvious target. But again, I don't know what her thoughts are, what she's looking at. Maybe
honestly,
it's smaller stuff.
I think she hears the rumblings out in the streets, and then look, so far it's been played out this way. When you look at it, I just don't think you can ignore the fact that they look at those fucking top 10 played games, that fucking list that goes, or top 20, whatever it is, that list. That top 10 is their fucking goal. They want to own everything that matters in gaming. And frankly, between Epic, Take-Two, and Steam, they're done. If they were to ever be able to own that trifecta, right? If they owned Epic, they get Fortnite and Unreal. They own Steam, they own PC. And if they own fucking Take-Two, they own the only other IP outside of Fortnite, right? They will own Fortnite that has dominance in the gaming world outside of Roblox. Those motherfuckers will never sell because their shit, they don't do it. That shit, they don't even need to hear those words about selling. They make stupid money off of that shit. So, and there's too many regulations that will come to Microsoft that don't come to Roblox. If Roblox was owned by Microsoft, they would get hit up by fucking every IP that is in Roblox illegally. All right. But if they own that Trinity right there, bro, you're fucking like Xbox as an entity is set for life financially, right? Like there's no, everything else is just cake. You know what I'm saying? Everything else is just cake.
Yeah, we'll see what they do. I don't know what their target is here, what her target is, but because if it's something small, the chances that Microsoft can't make that themselves is pretty minimal because they pretty much can, right? So you're looking at things that are market established.
They literally said accelerate growth where organic paths are too slow.
Yeah,
you got to start thinking what is it? So you have to think about their paths, right? So the paths that they're trying to do is literally in this bitch. She opened this motherfucker up. Hold on, let's go back. She opened it up talking about, where is it? PC. Where are these fucking people? All right, right here. We have work to do. Our presence on PC isn't strong enough. Pricing is getting harder for people to keep up, and core experience. No, that's separate. No. She said something else about where the battles are taking place, right? So PC is there. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, okay. Windows now represents more players and more hours and is increasingly where competition is most intense. Squeeze me? You know how you you bypass that organic growth to make PC your battleground exclusively? Fucking buy Steam, bro. Fuck it. Listen,
the question
nobody
is,
can be bad at Microsoft owning Steam. Steam already exists. Nobody could be mad at them owning that shit. It's PC.
Yeah,
and they're
so
not going to
that's really it.
name.
Which one do you do, Epic or them? And I don't know if you get both because both have different stores, right? So you'd probably have some.
Well, you could sell off the Epic store.
You could.
So it's a PlayStation.
Yeah, so
let them have Epic store. You know what I'm saying? Here, guys, here's your fucking here's your PlayStation store. Oh my god.
It's not a bad idea, by the way, because like the infrastructure needed to do it, it's like at least 70% done then. And then all they need to do is just enable their features, which they have. They already have their PC app to do the PlayStation Plus stuff, right? So you just have to integrate the two and make your achievements that, your trophies, whatever, be that, right? So it's not a bad idea, to be honest. Like, so.
Correct. I mean, it definitely is a possibility.
Moving on.
It is. And I see Xland, he says, buy Steam or beat them at their own game, launch a new store better than Steam. Quality has nothing to do with it. Steam is integrated into people's lives. There's
they already have a store and it's not good.
Yeah, and you can, it's like they have a way better cut for devs than Steam does. And people still just put their games on Steam because it doesn't matter.
And they won't have to do that anymore.
Exactly. They buy it and it goes away.
And that becomes the standard because it's whatever Steam does.
Away. And
the
this
best
is the
part
thing.
is go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you say the best part.
Yeah, the best thing is the reason Microsoft, so why Xbox is using the Microsoft store is because that's what Microsoft is telling them. Hey, we have a store, you use that one, right? And they don't want to do their own infrastructure. When you buy Steam, it's hands off. You just leave Steam the hell alone. All you say is, I got to integrate these little pieces, and you guys keep doing what you're doing. We are not touching you in any way. And that's the right answer. And that way they're not like going to get messed up with some Microsoft store baloney. Nope. Your focus is do what you do. You do it well, keep doing it. We're not going to touch you.
Xbox Play Anywhere
these pieces
expands to Steam. You now go ahead and you get, and they don't even, honestly, they can literally leave it identical to their current situation. Windows Store stays there. They keep putting their games on Windows Store like they do. Steam Store 100%. Does that. They put it over there. But what happens now when your Xbox Play Anywhere equals getting that version and the Steam version.
Exactly.
Done.
And
integrate
whatever you want.
Achievements into Steam. So Steam achievements unlock your Xbox achievements at the same time.
Yep.
Done.
So
winner, chicken dinner, baby.
Right. So
and listen, before we have people who come and say to us, you guys are reaching for the stars or saying some crazy shit. First of all, Asha's the one who brought this shit back up. Okay. Nobody told her to bring up NAs. She did. Okay. And she specifically said to accelerate growth where organic paths are too slow. There's nothing besides mobile and PC. They're not trying anything else. Outside of obviously the console, but I'm saying like other paths, if they're growing shit, is Game Pass, PC, and mobile. You buy these things, you save it. The only thing that's fucking mobile is the only bitch, because mobile, like, there's no 100% winner in mobile. You know what I'm saying? There's just certain games that blow up and do well, but it's not like a particular publisher or developer owns mobile, right?
Yep. Yeah, and the other one that we already mentioned is the Unreal, right? Unreal Engine. If you wanted to get Unreal Engine, that is a huge deal, right? So, but yeah, yeah, it's a money saver and a money maker, right? Because everybody's games are gonna get so yeah, it's good stuff. And then the other part of Unreal Engine becomes, hey, do you use that as part of your the stack that you have for game development, right? That you sell to other people, right? So if people want to use it, they can leverage that, game engine as part of your stack. But either way, whatever, that's a difference. I still think Steam's the answer. Buy Valve, be done with it.
Well, Steam has the most immediately uptick for them. It just creates the answer for PC. Like PC is done with. They don't have to stress about it. It's over. They don't have to fuck it up. There's nothing to fuck up. They just leave it alone. All they're gonna do is now it's theirs. So every dollar that's spent there is theirs. So giving you access to it on fucking Helix is just nothing but more money.
Yep. Well, it doesn't matter. It's just, they would just get all the revenue from all the game sales, which is great. Like, just keep going.
Doesn't matter.
Keep making them money. Keep making us money. Yeah,
100%, man. So, yeah, I think that just at the end of the day, there's nothing. I mean, the one thing to keep in mind is that there's nowhere else for PC gamers to go at that point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you just at that point you accept it, and then PC Game Pass is now part of Steam. Bro, come on, man.
Yeah.
Crazy. Slam dunk.
But anyway, we'll see what they do.
That's the reality. So, yeah, so that's that part. And then along the way, we will reevaluate our approach to exclusivity. This is the other big conversation piece. Is along the way, we will reevaluate our approach to exclusivity, windowing, and AI, and share more as we learn and decide. Okay, so what does that tell you right away? Unless this is just a bluff, and then June Showcase is right around the corner and something's going to be revealed. When I hear that, I hear like shit's already in motion, that we're not going to stop being in motion. Okay, so like we already signed a deal with PlayStation to say, hey, this game's coming over there, that it's still going to come over there, right? I think that this is going to be more about, what they're looking in the future. And that's why they're saying that they're going to look at all of it. Exclusivity, windowing. So when you hear windowing, what is that? Windowing is game release times, or windowing like time exclusivity?
Well, I mean, they're saying they're going to look at windowing separately, right? So the exclusivity, windowing, and AI, right? So the windowing, I'm assuming, is just timed windows, right? So I'm assuming they're looking at exclusivity, and there's just multiple things you can look at there, as far as like if you just do it as a timed window, people are going to get kind of used to that and say, okay, it's going to come here 6 months, a year, whatever later. I don't have to worry about it. So then it doesn't necessarily work. But if they want to do exclusives, they're going to have to just bite the bullet and do exclusives, right? And if you look at like the sales numbers, I think we saw the sales numbers, right? You've seen like the Alinea analytics stuff, right? I'm sure they have the actual analytics, right? And they know exactly how much money they're making, obviously, right? So they can say, all right, well, based on the sales of XYZ game, it makes sense to make this one exclusive and that one not, something like that. They'll probably have to play through that, right? And figure out what makes sense. This apparently matters to a lot of people. I don't know, but like we didn't think it was going to be that big a deal, but when we did the poll, it was like, okay,
I mean, it's a big deal.
It's a big deal to a lot of people.
A lot of our peoples.
Yeah. So yeah, when we did it here, it was 54-46. With ILP, was 71%. They want those exclusives. And with WebDave, Gamers Console, we had the same poll, and it was 70%. 70% want the exclusives. And they're like, okay, so at least obviously they have to.
What did we end up with? It was like
54.
54. All right.
Yeah, 54%.
So we have less of the people who feel that way, but still, it's still significant.
Still the majority.
Half the audience is still the majority. You know what I'm saying?
So
yeah. So
and
agree.
They need to answer to that, unfortunately. And if the revenues from all the games was like massive, I'd say like that's tough. But it's not. It's something they can absorb. So they have to figure out what they want to do. I don't know. I'm not a fan of it, but if this is the direction they want to go, they're gonna have to work out. Obviously, games like COD and whatnot, they're not gonna be exclusive. Right? That's a given. We don't have to worry about those. It's the ones that were never there to begin with. Do you start bringing them over or not? I don't know what the answer to that. So we will just have to see.
One thing I will say, whatever they do with exclusivity, if anything, but obviously she's talking about it, so it's on the table, right? And she already let us know that nothing's off the table. And we've seen, listen, I'll tell you right now, my belief structure changed when she lowered the price of Ultimate. I did not see them lowering the price of Ultimate at all. I saw them introducing lower price options. I did not see them say, fuck it, we're going to drop the price. So because of that, that's why I'm kind of changing my idea of what she's capable of doing. Right. So that's why I said it right at the beginning. Like whatever happens with exclusivity, I don't find it a necessity or a big deal. But whatever she goes with, I'm gonna support. Like I understand if she finds, that this is what needs to be done, then that's what needs to be done.
Yeah.
But what I will say is that if there is some type of exclusivity brought up, the one thing I will say for me personally, when I think about it, is it needs to be defined. Okay. Like I don't think you want a scenario, and maybe I don't know, maybe it plays into their hand if this is the scenario, but I don't think it makes sense to have like this constant, is it or isn't it exclusive? You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like if you're gonna use exclusives as a play it here first, get it here later, then that's one way of doing it, where you do that timed exclusive, but you create this idea was like, listen, if you're okay waiting, no problem. The game's going to come to you, but you're going to wait 6 months or a year. And maybe that's the variable. Maybe some games are 6 months, some games are a year, or whatever that case is. But I feel like don't not tell us it's going somewhere else only to come up later and be like, oh, by the way, it's going over there. You know what I'm saying? Like, does that make sense? Like, if you're gonna do a full exclusive, like you're saying, hey, this game is not going anywhere, sure, say that. But I feel like if you know it's gonna go eventually at some point or another, just fucking say it, so that there's not this subset of people who thought this game was going to be exclusive forever, which, listen, I'm talking about these people who are obsessed with exclusives, right? So like if you tell them a game's exclusive, they start running around talking shit to all their fucking, pony friends, because again, this is who Asha's talking to. She's talking to this group of people who do this. If you're going to do that, you need to make it clear that, hey, these games are coming, they're going to go, but they're coming later, or this game is like whatever. Even if you want to do it per game, I don't give a fuck. Just make it clear when you announce a game, hey, this game is coming a year later. It's coming 2 years later. Fucking coming 5 years. I don't give a fuck. I think personally that it should be defined so there's no fucking, you know how many fucking times, God, that we fucking did episodes on shows where people are like, oh, haha, I heard that this game is going to be coming on PlayStation, even though it's not announced yet. And then you create that fucking saga of will they, won't they, will they, won't they? And instead of just fucking not giving a shit, right? And we can just fucking focus on the excitement of the games or whatever that is, like just let that be. And just make it so they know that if they want to wait, they wait. But they know it's coming. Let them have the fucking choice of knowing or waiting, as opposed to making it this thing where now every new game that's really announced, if they go ahead and don't have a PlayStation logo on there, the internet goes crazy, thinks that this is an exclusive. And then fucking a couple of weeks later, the Tom Warren insider says, my sources say that they're actually making a version for PlayStation that they're not fucking, they're not gonna go and have it announced yet. And it's like, nah, man. Like I don't like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't like that. If you're gonna fucking do it, just fucking make it transparent, make it understood. I know that people are pissed that they don't put the logos. I don't know if you noticed, Hargeet, but on that fucking indie showcase, it was only Xbox logos.
Go figure. I have not seen the indie showcase though. That was today as well, right?
Yeah, it was. It was good.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, it was good. A lot of Game Pass. It's all Game Pass. It was basically Game Pass. There was a few games that weren't on Game Pass, very few. But there were a few that weren't, but most of them on Game Pass and a lot of them on Xbox Play Anywhere. So like that is like the thing for me. So like for instance, they did that, right? So they didn't a lot of those games are third party. Obviously, they were all third party games, right? Indie games that are going to go other places too, but they didn't market it that way. Maybe they already heard you. Maybe that's what they're doing. And they're saying, hey, if you want to find out if your game's on fucking PlayStation, go find it out. Okay, cool. Great. I just want it to be, I don't like this fucking setup. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want this setup for failure where people get so invested on this idea that something's going to be exclusive and then they fucking break down, have a mental fucking breakdown when a pony comes up and says, oh, look at all this shit you used to say. Look, the game's coming. Like, let's get, if we're going to do this for the community, right? If we're talking about the Xbox community, you got to understand the Xbox community. You got to understand that these fucking people are going to go ahead and your shit's going to leak, right? If you're working on a PlayStation port, it's going to leak. They're going to fucking leak and they're going to go ahead and put it out there. So don't fucking hide it. Just say what's happening. And that way there's no leak needed. We know it's coming, right? We originally, before the exclusivity shit happened, before it was a thing, you know, we didn't know. And one of the big things that we thought was going to happen was that it was going to be Xbox first and then everywhere else later, right? That's where we were first thinking, right? Now we know that that's not the case. But like, again, if you want to, I can give up the caring about the logos, right? At first, I was like, yeah, you know, all the logos should be there so that there is no confusion. If you don't want to do that, fine. I can. I'm not going to die on that hill, right? I don't care enough about that, right? If you want to just put Xbox logos there, sure. Just don't do a thing where there's no word at all that is coming somewhere else, whether on Twitter or whatever. If you don't want the official Xbox, you know, Twitter to say it's going somewhere, cool. If it's just the game itself, like the game Twitter channel, whatever, that says, hey, it's going over there, like, cool, right? But I just don't want these bullshit, you know, the game's exclusive and people running with that narrative, and then all of a sudden it's not exclusive anymore. You know what I'm saying? What do you think about that, Hargeet?
Sorry, I had to get to the unmute. Yeah, so this is a tough one for me too, like, because again, the community did not like the logos. I get that piece. But I like the logos. I would rather know that the game is coming. And to your point, I'd rather know if it's coming later. I think it's beneficial for the developer, you know, to just say, this is where it's going to be. This is going to, you know, like if you're expecting it 6 months from now, a year from now, whatever it is, like, I kind of think that's just a fair thing to put out there. Especially with third party stuff, but like with first party stuff, I get that's where they're going to have a lot of the exclusives, right? Yeah, I don't even like the idea of this thing, right? It's better to just put it everywhere. But if we're going to do this, then, you know, I'd rather they just have two modes: full exclusive, and then it's going day and date. And don't do this F around in the middle of like, it's timed exclusive. Like, what's the point of that? That's just a slap in the face. Like, whatever, right? So if that's what they want to do, fine. I don't care. But because to me, it's going to be obvious. Like the first set of games that come out after the time has lapsed, everybody's going to know, oh, 1 year later, they're going to go, you know, it's going to be out here. So whatever, right? And that pattern will be recognized, and that's going to be the answer. So you either just do it or you don't. So you either say we're full exclusive, or nope, it's going everywhere. And I'd rather you just do it day and date. At that point, it just seems like a slap in the face to say, no, we're not, those customers can't have it right now. Screw that crap. Right? Just put it everywhere. Now, if there's some like development cycle thing, I get that, right? The studio doesn't have the bandwidth to put it everywhere. Fine. Okay, I get that, right? But outside of that, like, come on, just put it everywhere. So to me, I'm not a fan of the timed exclusive stupidity, but If that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do. Again, they're gonna have to figure out how they want to answer to this 70% that want the exclusives. I prefer either you say nope, it's permanently not going to happen, or it's coming day and date everywhere. That's the better answer for me. But I agree with you. If they're going to do a timed exclusive, just say it. Just like they did with Indiana Jones. It pissed everybody off, right? But guess what? It's the right thing, because that way customers know.
Indiana Jones was a bitch move, though, right? That was a bitch move the way they did it. That was Jeff's shit, and that was fucked up, right? Because they did the there's only the Xbox logos, and then one more thing, it's going everywhere, right? So you caught the people who were fucking celebrating about indie being exclusive, and you slapped them up because you got them pumped, and then boom, it went away, right? So like that's why for me, I like the idea of just putting all the logos right away. Don't fucking, there's no moment to create any ideas, and it's just here it is. But you know, when it comes to the logos, it is what it is. But I agree. I just think don't try to bullshit it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's gonna be exclusive, be exclusive. If it's gonna be timed exclusive, I mean, it is what it is. I know I saw Ray, the homie Ray in the chat. He said time exclusive now is just beta testing. That's what people call it, right? So it's like it's funny how they managed to flip the script, and people are falling for that, where ponies get to say, instead of you get the game first and get to enjoy it when it's relevant, and I have to get it later when there's other games coming out that I have to like now fucking choose against, right? And it's a downfall for them. Somehow they switched the narrative to some people believing that them getting it later makes us beta testers. Rachie, fuck that shit. No, if they did a timed exclusive, that's you getting the benefit of getting the full game now that they would have gotten, but they're not getting it because it's being delayed. So if Xbox were to do that, no, it is the benefit for Xbox people to get the game now. If Xbox is working on the game and they're like, it's not ready, well, let's put it out now, and by the time we get to PlayStation, we'll have it right. That's a different bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That's different, but I don't think that's the case. I think the game is going to be fully fleshed out and made. And then will there be updates? Sure. Every game fucking has updates after the fucking release. That's just the way it works. So no, it's not, they're not beta testing it. It's just a thing. I think Raichi, at a certain point, you have to start realizing what you're asking for, because no more middle ground is most likely going to equal you not having any exclusives, because they're going to put the games everywhere. That's not going to, like, it's going to happen. The percentage of a chance of that happening, I'm not going to say there's no percent, right? I'm not going to say definitively 0, right? But there is a less than 10% chance that Asha says everything's exclusive, nothing's going anywhere. First of all, we already know that by definition, that's not true, because you already have to make caveats. Well, Call of Duty is over there. It's going to go. Minecraft is still over there. Any new thing they're going to make is going to go. Like Doom and like Diablo. Like you got to make, all of a sudden, you got to start cutting pieces of Xbox up. Like, well, these games are still going to go, but these other games are not. No. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Games are going. Games are going to be over there. So, okay, well, what I will agree with is that, sure, if they're going to do that, there should not be a, I mean, this is the thing. This is how they try to sell the second version of it, right? Which is like, hey, there's this new shit that's coming to both places, but it's new for this release. So that's why you're going to jump in. But I agree with like a 30 FPS mode on Xbox, and they get the 60 FPS mode to work, but they hold off until the PlayStation release to release it to everybody. That I don't think should happen, right? I think if your game launches at 30 and you figure out how to get it work at 60, then you get it to work at fucking 60 on Xbox whenever that happens. And then sure, when the PlayStation version comes out, it's already at 60. But yeah, you shouldn't hold back upgrades or updates, you know, when you're releasing on another console, right? I agree with that. I agree. I say if you have an update that you fix something, when you told us that the game's going to be 30 and then you can get it to work at 60, I have no problem with the fact that later on you did. I do have a problem with the fact that if you had it working on Xbox first, which I can only assume that's what you did, and you just held the update back so that it's a bigger splash when it lands on PlayStation, yeah, maybe no to that, right? Let's if you have an Xbox update, just fucking update it. But that being said, yeah, I think if you are pro exclusivity, I think you should be very much familiar with the idea of timed exclusive. I don't think there's a world where exclusive would lie outside of like the smallest games, right? Like shit that maybe they just don't think is even worth it, but not that it's a bad game, but like maybe a really niche game or something, just like, nah, fuck it, this is just for Xbox, sure. If they want to do that, but every game so far that fits that description has gone over, right? Pentiment, South of Midnight, Hellblade, all that shit has gone over there. So I just think that at the end of the day, being upfront about it is the key. Just don't dick around. Don't make it a will they, won't they, right? You don't want that constant fucking conversation every time a game is talked about where it's like, well, they're probably going to bring it to PlayStation. Like, no problem, please. Okay, just this is the answer. Okay, that's just what it is. The game's going to come out at a certain time or whenever it is. Just fucking say it. That's all. Just be upfront. Whatever version you want to do, just be upfront, and that's it. That's why they shouldn't say a game is fully exclusive, because you never know, right? The plan is the plan until it's not, right? That's what Asha told us. So the idea of saying a game is full exclusive doesn't mean shit, because we know that later on you can change your fucking mind. So instead of allowing that to be a thing, just be upfront and just say, it's just going to go wherever it goes. But, if you want to frame Xbox having this, this special shit, then, do whatever you want, but just be upfront, man. That's all. That's all I ask for. I just don't want the bullshit. Okay. Now you would think that this was done. I mean, she said, pretty much everything you would need to, but no, there's more. Okay. There's more, guys, saying we are Xbox. Okay. We are Xbox. To achieve our master plan, the way we work must transform. Again, she doesn't just push shit out there, guys. Asha is not a headline seeker. She's not looking to say a statement and then walk away. She's not. Okay. She is telling you what she wants to do, and she's fucking telling you how she's gonna do it. Okay. This is the reality of what Asha is right now. This is what I fucking love so far. She's just crushing it with this shit. Our best work happens when the full stack moves together. Ooh. Microsoft Gaming describes our structure, but it does not describe our ambition. So we are going back to where we started and changing our team's name. We are Xbox. Come on, man. How powerful is that? First of all, what a way to close, right? This is the last part. She could have started with We Are Xbox, but no. She built this bitch up, okay? She took us on a journey. We are Xbox. Microsoft Gaming is dead. Xbox is the brand going forward. No more some places you see this, some places you see that. It's Xbox and Xbox only. That's fucking beautiful. Fucking Asha is not messing around. Goddamn. Now she defines this bitch. Listen to this definition. We are a high agency culture where wild and wonderful ideas thrive. Our job is not to smooth over our differences, but to connect everyone into something greater than any one studio or product. This is fucking cinema, bro. This is fucking beautiful. Listen to this goddamn language. All right. And before, you start talking about these are words, okay? Listen, you fucking elect presidents of the goddamn country on their fucking words, okay? So let's not be hypocritical about this shit, okay? This is a good goddamn speech, all right? So I'm going to take this shit in and I'm going to embrace it. Fucking A. We have to be honest about where we are. We're a challenger, and meeting this moment will require pace, energy, and a level of self-critique that should feel uncomfortable. Woo! Goddamn, Hargeet. She is speaking to you because she's telling you, I hear you, Hargeet. We're not saying we're giving up. She's saying we are, in fact, a challenger, and we are going to meet this moment. They're going to meet that shit, bro. They're not letting it go. They're going to do it.
Which is what I wanted for them to do, right? I think that's what they kind of need to do, right? And she outlines many of the steps they need to take, which is what they need to do. It's not about saying I want to sell this many things and therefore it's going to happen. No, it's understanding your customer base and reaching them so that they can actually engage with you. And that's exactly what she knows how to do, right? That was her expertise. So she's looking at that, taking that and saying, how do I make that happen for this segment, for the gaming world, with a brand that is in somewhat turmoil, but it's still pretty good. It's still in a pretty good shape, but it needs to be remedied just a little, right? And make it just a little bit better. And hopefully they can get more engagement. And so I'm happy that she's, saying those exact things. And then she outlines how you're going to do that, which is great. You have this like 10 steps or whatever it was that she has underneath here, right? That she's going to be looking at to try to make that happen. Yeah, I love it. I love it. It's exactly why she was brought in.
Fucking great, man. And she's doing it, bro. I knew it. I knew it just from when I saw her and I watched those interviews. That's as soon as I saw her watch those interviews. I mean, as soon as I watched those interviews and I saw how she acted and how she handled it, I said it from the beginning. She doesn't talk unless she knows what the fuck she's talking about. Okay. She's one of those people who she does the whole, I got to go learn. And then when I learn it, motherfucker, I'm coming with bars because I already understand it. I don't need a fucking lifetime to figure this shit out. You tell me what it is. I see the data. I can make the words make sense to me. So I'm going to make it make sense to you. And that's what we're fucking doing. And WTB, fuck you, man. I saw what you did right there. You caught me and I'm not going to let you. I'm not going to bring it up, but you had to hear me know that I saw you talking shit. I didn't take nothing in. God damn it. But stop it. Animals. But yes, fucking phenomenal, bro. Now, at our best, and she starts listing shit. Number 1, earn every player. Earn every player. She doesn't want to be like PlayStation's default bitch ass, okay? Where people who don't even know anything, they're like, hey, controller, console, what is it? PlayStation. All right, I'll buy it. Like this is she doesn't want those people, okay? She wants to earn the people who come in and they look at it and they're like, damn, that's worth it. I'm going to buy that shit. I want to be a part of this ecosystem. I want to subscribe to Game Pass. I want to buy that game. You earn every player. That's fucking amazing. All right, number 2. This is what matters to me. Protect our art. I love that. That's her saying that when you look at all the other things I said, none of that means that we're going to stifle our creativity, that we're going to tell Double Fine, no, go fuck yourself. You're not making that little game. They're not. They're embracing that shit. The art matters. And when she says protect our art, I'm going to tell you a secret. She's saying protect it from Microsoft. Okay? She's going to protect it from Microsoft. She's going to make sure that nobody in the building says you can't go make that thing that is interesting because it's not going to make money. That is important. And I'm not saying she's going to tell you to go spend $100 million to do that. All right. But she's going to let creatives be creatives. She's going to treat the industry that we love as an art that needs to be protected. Kudos to her. Number 3, stay rebellious. Again, I told you, I truly feel like Asha put Satya in his place. It said, listen, do you want to fucking make 30% of a small number or make a small percent on a bigger number? Well, if that's what you want, right, then we have to stop this bullshit and just let me cook. Let Xbox cook. Let the players get what they want so that they keep coming back, right? That is important. Stay rebellious. We heard that. I heard that from when I interviewed Seamus Blackley a long time ago now, where he was talking about that initial, building of Xbox, right? They were a rebellious group in Microsoft. They have to get back to, yes, we're part of that big corporation. Yes, we mean a lot to that big corporation, but we need to still move like Xbox. We need that movement to be gamer focused. We need to be able to be where the people are. This is all phenomenal stuff, man. That's number 3. Number 4, progress over perfection. This is what we were talking about, where she's not waiting to figure shit out. She's saying, this makes sense. Let's do this now. And then we will sort it out and figure it out as we continue. We can't wait till we perfect the idea and then put it out. Because you know what? If it backfires, then we did all that waiting for nothing, right? We did all that waiting for nothing. You make changes now. You make movement now. There's updates that need to be done. Fucking do the updates. There's a feature that needed to get put out. Fucking put it out. Let's stop waiting. Let's stop waiting. Let's go ahead and make it happen. All right. Let's make it happen. That, my friends, is important. Okay. Next. Signal over ceremony. Signal over ceremony. Now, I'm not going to lie. Signal, I'm not 100% understanding what they mean by signal over ceremony. I know what they're saying, something over like celebrating. Like let's keep moving instead of stopping to celebrate. I don't know. I don't really know. I don't really understand that. What do you think that is, Hargeet?
If I had to guess, it's instead of the general process that we follow, we're gonna pay attention to the signals we're getting, right? So instead of just, hey, we normally do this, we will keep doing that. We're gonna pay attention, and when things aren't working, we're gonna flip, right? We're gonna make course corrections. That's what it feels like to me, but I don't know. That's just my interpretation.
Okay, here we go. You ready? Had to go in for the big guns. Signal over ceremony is a principle that prioritizes real, actionable feedback or data, which is the signal, over formal processes, rituals, meetings, or performative activities.
Exactly.
Which is the ceremony.
Yep. Which is pretty much what I said, right? So
yes. So if we dig a little deeper so we get it clear for the people who don't quite get it yet, signal the meaningful substantive information, user metrics, experimental results, actual outcomes, honest feedback, or evidence that something works. Ceremony, the overhead, bureaucracy, or theater.
Yeah.
Bureaucracy.
Yeah.
God
What you
damn
don't
it.
want is
Bureaucracy or theater. Like lengthy planning sessions, status update meetings, excessive documentation, approval gates, or rituals that feel productive but add little value. And again, honestly, let's call a space. She's doing that right now. Go ahead.
Yep. No, I'm just saying this is the result of the opposite, where we just keep making what we're making.
You're pointing at Concord.
And don't take any feedback and say, oh shit, maybe we need to do something different. Right. And she's saying, no, that's what you need to do. You need to get the feedback and incorporate that in your next thing. Right. So if you're working in a certain direction and it's not working, let's go that way. let's flip it. Right. That's the thing to do.
Yep. Agreed. And that's, again, that's what we've been seeing, right? She put out features that were sitting on the table for 5 years. 5 years. She comes in 2 weeks, she puts the feature out, right? It's cut the bullshit. Fuck the red tape that we have to go around. Just fucking see a problem, fix the problem. Do we have the answer? Do we know what we should be doing? Yes, then let's do it. Right? We don't need to do the dance. We don't need to do the bullshit. We don't need to wonder and guess and hope. Just fucking make it happen. And frankly, that's a big deal. Because that's what she has been absolutely 100% doing. Like, it's been time to go. And even this fucking letter right here, like just this memo is proof of that. Like, this is just, let's get this out. Let's talk about it. Let's stop dancing. Let's stop pretending. Let's stop doing any of this shit. Let's confront this shit head on. She said, we're a challenger. Hargeet, to your point, again, Phil's the homie. But if we're calling a spade, we're being honest. She called us a challenger. Phil said we lost.
Yeah, and that's sad, right?
Let's
that's
call it. Let's call it
this.
He said we lost. He said we lost the biggest generation that you needed to win. We lost it.
Yeah,
the most important. Yep. And he's the words out of him were we lost. He told us in the past, there's been interviews where I remember him saying, I want to win, right? I want to win. And then the last word around that entire idea was that he told us that we lost. To your point, you talk about not wanting them to give up. Well, I wasn't necessarily thinking about that, but seeing what she said here, and then I think about what Phil told us. Phil told us we lost. She said, we're a challenger. We're a challenger. We're not done, but we're not in the lead, right? We're not the top dog when it comes to the console market. You just got to call a spade, right? The console market, we're not. So we're a challenger. She's saying it. She's putting it there. She says, meeting this moment will require pace, energy, and a level of self-critique that should feel uncomfortable. How much have we heard about, was it positive toxicity, right? Is that what it's called? Or toxic positivity? I flipped it the other way.
Toxic positivity,
right?
Yep, exactly.
Toxic positivity, right? Everybody wants to turn a blind eye to it, right? Everything's okay. Everything's okay. There's no problems. Everything is fine. Bro, come on, man. She's coming out here and she's telling you, listen, we're not done. We're a challenger. We're going to fucking do this, but we're going to be real about this shit. We're not going to pretend that everything's okay. we're gonna go ahead and fight this shit. And it's like, listen, and to be clear, you know, what's okay for me versus what's okay for her are two different things, right? I'm okay with the way things have been going because I've been eating good. I've been getting fucking everything I ever wanted, right? Like gaming has been amazing for me, right? Xbox's problems are not my problems personally, right? So the thing, I just happen to align with the way things have been going, right? I understand there's a lot of people who haven't felt that way. And she is saying that as much as there's people like me who are loving this shit and is fine with it, right? There's people who are not. And how do you meet both? Right? How do you make it so that both are fine, both are happy? These are things that she has to work through. And this is showing you that she can get uncomfortable and she can talk about those things and work towards fixing those things. Fucking goddamn, Asha. Holy shit. You know what? This is the thing though.
Sorry, go ahead.
Asha needed to do the shit that she did to get to where she is now. So she was ready for this moment. Right. So we didn't need her before. We needed her now. And here she is. She came when she needed. All right.
Damn, next one's crazy for you, man. The next one's, and I agree with Number it, but 6. The next one's for you.
Fuck yes, baby. Core before more. This is literally exactly my exact fucking thought process. You can't worry about more. You have to worry about the core. You have to worry about us. If you build it, they will come. Building it is building us up, building up your core, uniting your core, right? Uniting your core is important because, first of all, the core is already small to begin with, right? The worst part is you take a small core and fucking separate them, right, into different groups because you are doing something that makes it divisive, right? That makes them separate into little groups, and you don't want that, right? So she needs to bring everybody back together. That's her job, right? That's what she has to do. And let's be real, so far, she has been doing it. The moves she has been making has been bringing the community closer together, right? And with that work, if she continues it, it's going to get there, right? It's going to get there. Because if she starts playing into both sides and giving everybody what they want and what they need, listen, that's a win-win. You know what I'm saying? It's a win-win. There's no other real way.
I also see that as a different thing that maybe you aren't seeing, but one of the focus areas they've had is we need more sales on other platforms. Okay, that's cool. But what about your core? You kind of left them, and that has been a problem, no matter how you cut it. Now, we don't agree with the idea of exclusives going forward, but that is something that the core felt. And we saw it in our polls. We saw it. It's ridiculous, right? How much they want it, right? So they forewent the core to get more from other platforms. Fair enough. Yep. That's one direction. 100%. Whereas she's saying, nah, I'm focusing on my core Xbox fans first. And that's just like, like any company really should just say, who is my customer? Let me focus on what their needs are, right? Instead of saying, I'm going to chase the customer over there that I don't have yet. You want to do that too. No problem, right? Not at the expense of the customer you have, right? And so they have to keep, and that's what she's saying. Keep in mind, we have a core customer base and we can't piss them off and expect that that's going to keep continuing, right? So great move. Exactly the kind of thing you want to see, right?
100%. And again, like, this is the thing. There is such a thing where we were reading this, and this is what I could appreciate about Asha, right? This is what, God damn, bro, this shit just keeps getting better. Asha could have written this shit weeks ago, right? She could have written it weeks ago. Why didn't she? Because she didn't do shit yet, right? She didn't do shit yet. What she wanted to do was come out and make definitive moves that you can easily identify on this list and say, hey, I believe these things to be true. You know how you fucking know I believe them to be true? Because I've been doing them already. Xbox Fan Fest. She brought that back. She went straight to the core immediately. You know how many people go to FanFest? Not that many compared to how many people exist in the Xbox ecosystem and the fans of Xbox, right? But she did it. Why? Because those are your core. Random fucking Xbox owner, XYZ, who just owns an Xbox because that's the box they own, is not fucking signing up for a raffle to go to fucking Xbox FanFest. Okay? That is the reality, right? So yes, she is already proving this stuff out. This is not just words. These are not just empty words that are just being thrown out there. This is shit that has actually already started to take shape and have already been actionable things that she's done, right? She's done these things already. And we're just keeping moving towards that direction. So fucking A, man. All right, that was number 6. Number 7, outwork the problem. Outwork the problem.
Yeah, so essentially, instead of saying we lost this generation that was very important, you instead say, here's the problem we created. How do I work around that and make it work? What is the thing I can do to make this happen so that it's not a problem anymore, right? So outwork it. Figure out the things you can do to tackle that. Let's go. Let's do it, right? So instead of concede, go do stuff. Let's work
facts. Or instead of burying it or putting it to the side and say that's a problem we can't overcome, let's go ahead and just move forward in this direction. You figure it out some way or another. Now figuring it out may be buying another fucking studio or buying something
like you were saying,
gets you where you
they
need
can't
to go.
Outdo PlayStation. What if they bought Steam? Steam has what, a couple of 100 million players?
Well, by definition, then if the Helix is a Steam Xbox console, then the console by definition will have, Xbox will have by definition all those fucking users.
Yeah, but the platform issue is there, right? So it's like, PlayStation has 100 million plus whatever install base. Cool. If they own Steam, they have a couple of 100 million. So they've already automatically beat Steam. So can they beat Steam? Beat PlayStation. Absolutely. How do you do it? Go do that. So work the problem. What is it you want to do? There are other ways to do it. I'm not saying there aren't other ways to do that. Absolutely, right? That's what she's saying, though. Work the problem. Don't just give up, right? If there's a problem that comes up, let's find the solution. Work it. Find a way to fix it.
Yeah. Agreed. Yep. 100%. Daryl says, is buying Steam earning players, though? No. I don't think that's the type of earning players she's talking about. I think she's saying that the people who are on your platform, remember, she's looking for daily active players, right? So she's earning them to go. Everybody's bought, right? So you can't, the semantics of the idea that's buying players, when you pay for marketing and people join your console or your ecosystem, you paid for the player. That's life. That's
acquisition, user acquisition. Exactly.
Yeah, that's
ultimately
absolutely
everything is an acquisition.
part of the cost. So like that idea needs to, like, don't even bother going down that road, because everything is bought. Every time PlayStation puts an ad out for a game and makes people think it's only on PlayStation, and then they buy the game on PlayStation, they bought that sale. That's just how it works. It's just that's business. So trust me, that has nothing to do with it. Business is buying everybody's bought. Everything that you own, the person bought you by advertising to you in some way, shape, or form. Okay. It's just the way it is. They paid for that shit. And that's the way it works. So, all right. Number 8, which, first of all, number 7, outwork the problem, is that's what you want to hear, right? That's what you're looking for. That's what we're all looking for. We want them to go ahead and do that. Speed is learning. This one I love, because just fucking do it now. Get it out and learn from it, right? You get it out and it's done. That's the way I interpret it, right? Speed is learning. Not sitting down, waiting for God knows how long to see if it's going to work out or if it's going to come to you. If you have an idea, put it into motion now. That's the only way we're going to see if it works, right? That's what I get. What do you get from it?
I get that. Plus, I get a different one where if you're waiting on somebody else, right, to figure something out, well, go learn it. See if you can figure it out, right? So that way you can just get it done, right? And now you've gained the skill, and now you can share the load, right?
Yeah, I
So
agree. I agree.
there's both methods, but what you said 100% applies as well, right? Is try something. If it doesn't work, you've learned. Now you can go try something else. That's also valuable, right? So, yeah,
Agreed. Agreed. That is yeah, both of them 100%, because yes, if you learn it, then you'll be faster at it, right? So if go figure it out and then do it and you'll be fine, as opposed to, shit in the bed over and over again. All right. Number 9. Makers over managers.
love
Oh,
it.
that's a big one. That's huge for their studios. That's huge for them as an organization. The people who are doing the work, let's get them working, right? Like those are the important people. People who know what the fuck they're doing don't need to be managed like that, right? You need one person making sure everything is happening cohesively, but you don't need fucking 50 million people watching everybody, right? That's crazy. That's good. Anything on that?
No, I agree with that though. I like, instead of having these structured massive organizations with all these middle managers and all that crap, no, more people doing the work than people managing the people doing the work.
Facts. 100%. 100%. Agreed. And then number 10.
I love this one.
Clarity is kindness. It's true. Be upfront with people, right?
Yep.
Let people know what's going on. Don't fucking hide shit. Don't fucking make shit crazy. Just do it. It's a kindness. You're saving people from heartache. You're saving people from stress. Just fucking tell people what's what. Let people see the process. Let people know what's happening. People are happy, man. People are happy. Even if it's something that they don't like, at least they know, right? At least they know. Fucking great, man. That's 10 fucking, I don't know, words, statements to live by over there at Xbox, what they're using as their guiding principles, I would assume. That's fire, man. All right. And this is the last close. This is the last closing statement here. Over the last 5 years, Xbox and the industry have been through an unimaginable amount of change, and this team has continued to deliver through it for our community. Thank you for staying focused on what matters. 62 days in, we're proud of how we've honored our commitments of great games, return of Xbox, and future of play. We're here to do the most creative and courageous work of our lives, and that's what we'll do together. With gratitude, Matt and Asha. Fucking A, man. What a fucking memo. Holy shit. Bro. Hit him with that. The pipes. You know what I'm saying? Hit him with the pipes. Listen. But what else can you ask for? Again, to be clear, and I want to make this as clear as fucking possible. This is not a list of pipe dreams, okay? This is not a list of maybe one day we can get to it. These, first of all, this is all based off the fact that over the last 62 days, she has been fucking crushing it. She has been coming out here, putting things out, making changes, doing the unthinkable, which again takes everything and puts it back on the table for me when she lowered the price of Ultimate. I swear to God, I never imagined in my life that she would lower the price of Ultimate. I was happy paying that. If anything, you leave Ultimate alone and introduce another tier that removes Call of Duty, right? That would have been the thing to do. And that would have made sense to me. But she instead said, nah, fam, I'm giving you a choice. If you want Call of Duty, no problem. It's on my dime. I'm paying you back. Okay, the $7 you were gonna save. I mean, the $7 you were gonna spend on Ultimate. I'm giving that back to you if you want to buy Call of Duty at the end of the year, go fucking do it. Go ham, spend the money that you're saving on it. You can buy a battle pass too. Give you one battle pass for you, all right, for the cost that of what I'm saving you in a year. Okay? You go, you get that, you're done. But if you don't care, that money's for you. Go do whatever else you want with it. I never imagine. Once you have somebody paying this amount of money, going down is crazy. Like, I would never lower the price of our product. Once we get to a certain point, it's only up. It's only up. That's it. Yes, can I sell more if I lower the price? Sure, to some people, but most of the time, I'm still going to get the same person who would have bought at that lower price for a slightly higher price because times change, right? Prices go up. People understand that concept. So it's easy to keep that idea going forward. Why would you ever lower the price if people are really willing to pay for it? Now, again, clearly, based off of everything that we talked about and what they've been doing, they might have lost a little more ultimate members than we thought. And that's why it came down to that. But yeah, that was a game changer for me in my outlook on what Asha is capable of. So that's why you see that when I talk about exclusivity now, I'm a little more open to the idea that they're probably gonna maybe do it in some way, shape, or form, because I never thought the other thing would happen, right? So if she's playing like that, like that's the way she's coming into it, where she don't give a fuck, like she like Satya, go fuck yourself, dog. I'm gonna do what I think makes sense for us. I mean, maybe she's that hard. Maybe she's that gangster. Maybe she wants that type of cred, right? Maybe she wants to be known as the person who brought back some of that idea of exclusivity, even though it still exists. Not every game is over there, but still, just putting her stamp on it, I can't exclude that from the realm of possibility now. You know what I'm saying? Not that I'm not vouching for it, just to be clear. I don't give a fuck about that stuff anymore. But if she wanted to do it, I could see it happen based off how she's moving. You know what I'm saying? Based on how she's moving, I couldn't take anything out of the realm of possibility from her. She's crazy. You know what I'm saying? In the best possible way. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's exciting crazy. It's like, what would she do next? Like, ooh, I wonder, what's the next time I'm going to see her tweet? What's she going to say? Like, she threw out this Discord shit like, yo, something's happening with Discord. You might see it, you might not. We'll let you know when it goes down. You know what I'm saying? Like, she even said, like, some of you might see the code for it. So she already knew that the leak was going to happen because it's happening on the back end. So they figure, she was like, yo, I'm going to get ahead of this. Yeah, I might see it, okay? But it's happening. It's going down. I don't know, man. It's true. Thatch says, I don't have Twitter. Has Jason Ronald ever clapped back or at the very least forcefully corrected someone before on Twitter? Yeah, he just recently shut down the idea that the Helix wouldn't have a first party console. So he did go back and he was like, nah, man, Xbox is going to have a first party console available, which means to me that there will be others. So he's not shutting down the fact that there's not going to be others. He's just saying that Xbox will make theirs, just like there's laptops that have Windows on it, but they still make a Surface, right? So that's what I would say. So yeah, there's going to be a first party console, obviously, but there will be others. But yes, this whole thing, man, I just don't think you can look at Asha and say you know exactly how it's going to go down. I can't say that anymore. So I'm excited, just like y'all, just to see what she's gonna say next, what she's gonna do next. That being said, let me go ahead. I'm gonna bring up is it here? Yes. Let's bring up the other thing that you sent me, which is Asha Sharma lays out plans for deeper investment in Xbox's platform foundations. Okay. She's identified multiple areas of improvement. This is from Pure Xbox. Who knew that when you saw that face right there, you were staring at a killer? You know what I'm saying? You didn't know. Nobody knew, but she is. All right. Says, we've already heard a lot about how new Xbox boss Asha Sharma seemingly wants to make a bunch of changes at Xbox, including ditching this at Xbox marketing. Okay, I don't want to repeat. We already know that stuff. In a leaked memo to employees that was shared by The Verge yesterday, Sharma outlined the deeper investment is required in this area, suggesting that some of Xbox's infrastructure makes it hard to experiment, learn, and distribute at both speed and quality. Also, from a player standpoint, she says that too many of the front-end Xbox features aren't first class, pointing to the likes of discovery, relevance, and social. Here's an I hope social includes the recording and shit like that, sharing and all that stuff. That would be nice. Here's an excerpt from the memo. Do we not just have the full memo somewhere? What the fuck? It's clear that our ambition
from The Verge. It's from The Verge, so it's behind a paywall. That's why.
Let me see if sometimes you get like that free. Oh no.
Yeah, nope. You have to unfortunately pay for it. So,
oh thanks. We'll go back.
Yeah.
Stupid Verge. Okay. It's clear that it's only like $2 a month or something like that, but it's like, I'm good. It's clear that our ambitions require deeper investment in the Xbox platform foundations than we've made before. Ooh. Today, we operate across dozens of surfaces, pipelines, and release models without a shared code repository or common data foundation. As a result, quality and speed too often depends on heroics instead of systems. We also lack consistent infrastructure for experimentation, attribution, and learning, making it harder to know what's working and improve quickly. On the product side, our front end is a set of experiences built at different times where discovery, relevance, and social are not first class, and players have to work to find what to do next or who to play with. That's interesting because, I guess I never really thought about it like that. But when you think of like social media, right? Social media, if you watch a video and your video ends, it doesn't take you to a black screen, right? You don't just sit there and say, well, let me go find something else to watch. It just plays the next thing for you, right? Like it just does that automatically. And if you don't like that, you swipe up and there's another thing that they think you might like. And as you swipe up and don't invest in that time, it slowly starts to realize that you don't care about that. And it tries to come up with another thing that it thinks you like. And it keeps doing that until you sit there and watch a whole video. And then when you watch one whole video, you swipe again and you get another one that's similar to that one, right? And it just keeps going. So the question is, what is the gaming equivalent to that? Right? What's the thing that happens when you finish playing a game? Does it pop up a screen after you finish that one that says, "Hey, you like this one? Why don't you try this one?" Like right away, like put it in your face. Like I don't know what equivalent there can be, but I could only imagine that that's what she's kind of talking about, right? Like maybe you turn off a game and you know maybe your dashboard has like a feed attached to it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe there's a feed of stuff instead of it hiding. Maybe part of the dashboard is a feed. I don't know, but can there be a place for a popular social media platform style of an Xbox dashboard, or when you turn off your game, like when you quit a game, maybe a trailer for another game pops up, playing on the side or something. Unintrusive, that just kind of plays silently, and you look and like, oh shit, what's that? And you click it and it turns on. I don't know what the answer is 100%, but that's a thing, right? Like, that, does that make sense? Like, is there a version of this that needs to be found or can be found?
Yeah, there is, and this is where sort of machine learning and AI come in. If you look at like things like Amazon, they understand what you're going to buy based on the patterns of what you've done before and what other buyers have done, right? And so they can kind of figure the same thing here and say, after somebody finishes a very long story-driven game, there's a correlation of they want to chat about what happened with their friends, and maybe it'll just recommend, hey, would you like to chat with these 3 friends have also finished that game, right? And that way, because
Mm.
they know they know that you finished the game, right? And so they're like, okay, would you like to chat with them, right? And so it'll just know to intrinsically do those kind of things. That's what they can do with this, right? So there are signals they have that they can take advantage of and try to push. Hey, this is something you could do with it, or maybe it's like, hey, 60% of the players who played this then wanted to go to YouTube or Twitch and watch somebody watch or do the alternate ending or something like that, right? And that might be something they suggest. Hey, would you like to go see the alternate endings, or would you like a guide on how to do the alternate ending? Right, stuff like that. So there's plenty of potential there, and that's where they could go with it, right? And then make it a personal experience for you based on other signals that they get from the rest of the community. So it's very viable to do things like that, right? So that'd be kind of cool to do, though, if they can do it.
I mean, obviously, it would be a slippery slope that needs to be handled correctly, right? Because Pragmata, what's up, homie? See you there, man. Makes a great point. Like, some people would rather die than have that shit on their fucking Xbox, right?
Turn it off.
So it's like something that you have to turn off, right? Like, have it on by default, but the first time people see it, you say, "Hey, do you want this or or not?" Right? So you gotta have it on by default, because you need people to just fall into it. You can't have people go look for it, but you have to also like immediately give people the option to
Yeah,
turn it
yeah, yeah.
off, or at least make it undeniably easy to just shut it down if you don't like it. Um, but I would say that there's certain things that they're going to try to do to keep you in that bubble, um, and have you not turn off your Xbox when you're done, right?
Exactly.
They
Exactly.
want you to turn off that game, and then your feed from fucking TikTok is on your fucking screen or whatever, or Xbox's version of TikTok. Xbox becomes their own TikTok, where it's just people talking, people you follow talking already on your feed. Like, um there's gonna be stuff, Prag, and I feel you, but I feel like there's gonna be stuff that's gonna have to that's gonna come as options to adapt the box to those people. You know what I'm saying? I just see that as a thing that's gonna happen. I would never use it, to be clear. I would never ever sit on my fucking Xbox and do that. But kids would. Absolutely. Because you know what? They do it already on the Xbox, because they have fucking YouTube scrolling a million miles an hour nonstop. Okay. YouTube shorts nonstop. Bam, bam. They're picking different ones. Do. Like, they live on the Xbox, but on YouTube or on these other things, which is, playing into it. That's what Xbox wants. They want you to stay there, right? Um, but I think they will try something, um, to make it where either it's already there, or whether it's something that you have to add in, right? But I feel like they're going to try to make it something that is automatic and you have to opt out of, rather than trying to convince you to opt into it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's very likely.
Um, and again, as much as I would never use that, and I would most likely turn it off, then again, you don't know till you know, right? And if you let me ask you this. Imagine this scenario. You're playing a game, hard as fuck, and you're like, God damn it. I'm gonna stop it for now. I'm just gonna stop. It sees that you died a bunch of times, and you're like, fuck this game. I'm gonna stop playing, right? And then when you do it, it's just like you said, it suggests fucking, hey, you want to watch this guy? He did it. Hey, maybe you want to ask this guy. Not just give you the answer, but maybe you want to ask. Maybe this friend of yours got that achievement. This friend of yours beat that guy. Do you want to chat with him? Something like that. There's always there's just little things that could happen that is like, I don't know. It's just a way. They're gonna adapt somehow. They're gonna adapt somehow to the current youth. They're gonna
and it could suggest other things like, hey, you need a palate cleanser. Would you like to play something that's calm and soothing or whatever, right? Just something that you would just casually play, right? And just enjoy yourself a little bit, and then you're calm, and then you can try it again.
Agreed. And again, it has to be the easiest thing to turn off if you don't want it. But I just think, I think that would be the thing that they ultimately do, because they're talking about it, right? Like what to do next or who to play with. Like, again, she's right. Like, I don't really think about it because I don't really use that stuff, right? Like, I'm not looking for somebody to play with, because if I'm playing online, I'm just doing it mindlessly to go do something, right? I'm not looking to, choreograph shit with people because I don't have necessarily time to do that. And then most of the time I'm playing single player, so I really don't, care either way. So for me personally, it wouldn't matter to me, but there's a lot of people who do, right? Like, who do care, and it's like they can be like, hey, I noticed you play with this person a few times. Hey, they're playing this game right now. You wanna hop in, right? Like there's like, as simple as that is, and as crazy as that sounds, it's feasible because they essentially do that in other forms of social media right now, right? They're always telling you, hey, you should follow this guy, right? You go to Twitter, how many times does it show recommendations of who to follow, right? Well, you like all this other shit, you might as well follow these people. They talk about this too, right? I mean, I followed many different companies and shit that I didn't even think about, like, or like people who work for a studio that I didn't know, right? So like, it'll be like, I'll be like, who the fuck is this? And they go in there and it's like, oh, head of this studio. I'm like, oh shit, yeah, I'll fucking follow him. Let me get an update. I'll follow them. Let me see.
Yep.
So, I mean, I don't know. That's just again, this kind of flexibility with what they're doing, but they're gonna, again, remember the beginning of that other thing was that, hey, there's a whole group of people who are coming up who have different expectations of what you core people have, right? And they're gonna want to do it that way. They're gonna try to bring them in somehow. So in a follow-up, The Verge says that Sharma mentions PC is part of this as well, noting how she wants Xbox PC users to switch between games and devices without as much friction as they have to deal with today. That's a real thing. It is smooth, but it could be way fucking smoother. And honestly, like, it was a pipe dream that I don't know if it was ever going to be real, but fucking Stadia, that idea of, if I put my game in pause, there should be two different versions of this shit. I should be able to pause my game, or like put it in a state where it kind of goes into the cloud, like knows exactly where I am. And if I want to go pick up a different controller on a different screen on a PC or on my whatever the case, or on the cloud, I could just do that and pick up exactly where I am, not my last save, but like that exact moment, right? Like on Stadia, they showed it was on their cloud thing on the PC, and then they went to the laptop, it was there. They went to the other place, it was there. And yeah, it's all on the cloud. So yes, theoretically, the screen that you're seeing the cloud from doesn't matter. It's just staying in that state in the cloud. So it's easier to do there, but you should be able to, put it up into the cloud, like your exact location where you are, and then pick it up somewhere else in the cloud and then bring it back to local, right? I feel like that's the thing that should happen if you're on a device that can handle local, right? But if you don't, you should be able to play it. If you have it on your Xbox downloaded, play it here, pause it, put it up into this, cloud state, go on another screen, go on your TV upstairs, grab your controller, and just hook into the actual the cloud and stream it right from where you were, right? Fillmore Pocket says cloud quick resume. Yes, please. Yes. So yes, I think that would be phenomenal. I think that that's something that needs to happen. But at the basic level of it, yeah, it's sometimes you go, and if you, for whatever reason, if it didn't sync and you move from one to the other, you'll be out of sync and it'll fuck you up because you'll reload, you'll start the game at a fucking other spot. And it's like, what the fuck happened? God damn it. And then you have to like try to go back to the main one, sync it again, see if it goes up so you can do it. It doesn't happen too often, but it happens. And I'd rather it not. You know what I'm saying? So yes, they could definitely fix it for sure. Okay, it says clearly the new Xbox boss which Stein has kind of dubbed X boss. The new X boss believes that improvements need to be made behind the scenes to operate in a more efficient manner going forward. And it's nice to hear that the Xbox dashboard experience will likely continue to evolve as a result of that. Her mention of discovery, relevance, and social not being first class certainly suggests as such. And then who knows? Okay. So I do feel like that's a big deal. But also, she also talked about the fact that I think it was up here. Wait. I think she was talking about being able to put the game out everywhere, right? Like it's too much to go into these different places. I think that leads into it as well. Kind of talking about like when you're making the game, no common data, all this shit, right? Like all these different places that you could theoretically put your game, they require all this different shit, right? Which is what I guess we already know they're working towards with the stack, right? The stack that's going to have it where you build once, goes everywhere type deal, right? Like
this is more for just the development side of it. The development processes are very, very disjointed. So it's not about your game, it's about them developing the game. So they're just going to try to merge all that, make it all as consistent as possible. That way you also can leverage other people from other studios if there's any like lull period for them and they have some extra talent available, right? So
yeah,
but that's what she's talking about, right? So consistent processes.
Yeah. So I mean, look, this is all again just lumping this in with everything else we just talked about, right? Like Asha is, dude, she's not fucking around, bro. Like she is really looking at this from top to bottom. She's not just looking at the front end for us. She's, she already mentioned the devs in the other conversation, and it's clear that she's looking at it from all aspects, and she's recognizing that maybe it's not all fucking dandelions and roses for these devs to come and make a game over here every time, right? Maybe that's why some of these smaller devs are like, I'll just make it for PC, and then hopefully I can figure that other shit out later because there's a lot of shit that I have to do that I don't know, right? If they can alleviate that shit, streamline it all, make it all work in a really easy way, yeah, I think that's I think that's a win. That's what we want to hear from her. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty, I mean, we broke down a lot here, guys. Like this was a pretty lengthy situation. That's also wild to say, but we did it. We went through all of it. And I mean, frankly, for me, this We Are Xbox thing, it just, I feel like that was the slogan we needed, right? Forget this is an Xbox, forget that. We are Xbox. The developers are Xbox. The players are Xbox. The community, we make up what Xbox is, what it means. Its very reason to exist, We are Xbox, man. I love how simple of an idea it is, but how many layers there are to it where you can really unravel the idea of what Xbox is, right? And I feel like that's a huge, huge deal. I love it, man. I love it. She fucking crushed it. I know Matt was a part of this, and I'm sure his words are in here too. But she's the leader of the ship, right? So if we're gonna say that she's the problem when something fails, we also have to give her the props when shit is going right, and shit is going right. She is making the correct moves, in my eyes at least, and I think in a lot of people's eyes. I think a lot of the community is behind her right now. And I think that's because it's not just open, empty words. It's action that has taken place. And I think a lot of people are going to point to lowering the price of Ultimate being the catalyst to why they support Asha now. Because this was a huge fucking move. It was a huge move, and it was unprecedented. Nobody has ever seen some shit like that happen in such a major way, right? Like, Xbox rolled back the price increase of like $1 that they were gonna do or some shit years ago of Xbox Live Gold. You remember that? Like the monthly version of it, like just the monthly version
They were gonna
changed.
get rid of the annual, and so it would have been 120 instead of 60. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that, and that happened, but that was like a take back really quick, um, where this was not gonna happen. No Asha, no price reduction for Ultimate. I could tell you that much. That was not gonna happen. Asha went in there and fucking made some big moves, and she made a lot of friends with that move right there. Like, even, how you normally see people when a bad thing happens, they put out that fake tweet that, oh, I'm gonna sell my console, or I'm gonna cancel the subscription. I've seen the opposite happen with this, where it probably fake tweets, but like, I just resubbed to Game Pass Ultimate, or I just bought another Xbox, or I just bought an Xbox. Fuck it, I'm back. Right? Like, shit that's probably not real, and then they're just doing that to take advantage of the hype that's happening. But it's happening, right? Which means they feel like this moment is driving that, right? Um, so this is really a big deal. Um, so again, I am literally in a place that I have never been. Maybe, and it wasn't the reason why I say never been, because maybe when Xbox first dropped, like, going into it, my ideas and thoughts of what Xbox was going to be, right, for the first time back in 2000, was it 2001? Um, like, maybe then can kind of mimic this scenario for me right now, where it's like the sky's the limit. I didn't know how far, how crazy it would get to own an Xbox. I just knew that it was Microsoft that had a shit ton of money, and they were making some powerful, crazy shit, right? Like, I just had so many, like, my thoughts were wild with it, and now I feel like I'm back there. Like, the sky's the limit. She could make whatever the fuck she wants. Like, if she's getting to spend daddy's money, Microsoft Microsoft dollars, but kind of have that position of, daddy's just gonna say yes because that's, it's just, you're his little girl. You know what I'm saying? Like, if she's getting away with shit right now, she could just go ham. Fucking, it's crazy, man. Bro, she brought up acquisitions. Nobody brought, we ever heard about acquisitions since Satya said we're not done, but he never mentioned the acquisition, but he just said we're not done, we're going to double down, and then that never seemed to happen. Whereas she brought the shit up now, which means you don't bring it up unless shit's already happening. Like, understand that. Like, she already has some shit going. She's not going to bring up, an acquisition, and Satya's like, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean acquisitions? What are you talking about? No, this is already in pipeline. It's happening. Something's happening. We don't know what it is, but it's fucking happening. It's exciting times, man. It's the most excited by definition for me personally. Most excited time for me as an Xbox fan for their future, for what Xbox is going to become. I'm excited as shit all the time for what we have. It's nonstop fucking amazing shit. But you know what she's done is amazing. What about you? Well, how do you feel overall with all this entire We Are Xbox situation with everything that's been going on leading up to it? How are you feeling about Xbox right now and where it's going?
I mean, it like on paper everything's good, right? Until we like see the thing that isn't good, we'll just let it keep going, right, and see what happens. But yeah, it's exciting. At least there's stuff going on all the time now, which now we just have to see what the next step is.
Agreed. Okay. Well, listen, guys. I didn't even realize. I don't know what happened. I didn't realize the time, my dude.
Yeah, it's almost 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I really didn't think it was that late. I looked up and I was like 4 hours. What the fuck? I was not anticipating that. So that being said, I will mention to you that the indie showcase took place and it was great. I really, really enjoyed it. Mostly because the vast majority of what they showed was going to be on Game Pass. So again, you know, I don't care what your game is. If it's on Game Pass, it excites me because it might very well be a game that I fall in love with that I never thought I would. Right. And that's for me a huge benefit. Like that is huge for me. I love when I see a game going into Game Pass, regardless of the type of game it is, because I immediately say to myself, damn, I would not buy that game, but I'm going to try it and I might love it. You know what I'm saying? That is the beauty of Game Pass.
The draft.
And that's what happened. What happened?
The draft. I
Oh,
totally
the
forgot.
draft,
It was the
NFL
draft
draft.
today.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm so far away from the draft. There's zero chance that I would have. I didn't even know that shit was a thing, bro. Didn't even know. So yes, what I would say is that it was an amazing showcase. I'll give it a 9 out of 10. The reason not 10 out of 10 because some of the stuff wasn't in Game Pass. Okay. Outside of that, I did like the type of games they were showing. There was some good stuff, you know, obviously indie stuff, but like that Grand Hotel Ghost, there's no Ghost in Grand Hotel, whatever that is. That actually looks really fucking good. Like that shit looks really, really good. So I 100% suggest that you guys go ahead, check that out. It's definitely worth it. We were going to talk about it today, you know, on the show, but obviously we've been going too far. So definitely check that out. It's on the IGN channel. Pragmatic Eagle is not on Xbox's channel. If you go on Xbox's channel, you can watch a bunch of the trailers that they showed on the show, but it's not. I was looking for it there first. It's not. It's on IGN. That's where the ID show is. And then the other thing I would recommend if you haven't done it is the fucking Assassin's Creed Black Flag resynced showcase that they did. It was phenomenal. It was phenomenal. It was well done. There's a lot of background talk on it. There's gameplay. There's everything you want to know is there. They're upgrading it for the current generation, but it's still rooted in that game. So, you know, they're not changing the story, the beats and stuff like that. They are adding to it though. There's extra chapters that they're doing, extra storylines, extra characters that you can add to your ship. You know, there is new stuff. It looks beautiful, plays modern, and it's going to be amazing. I cannot wait. Black Flag was one of my favorites. So for me, Assassin's Creed goes the Ezio trilogy, I would say, but really number 2, I would say, was the the best one for me, if I'm remembering correctly. I haven't played them in so long, I kind of forget which one is which. But I think it was number 2. That was my favorite. Black Flag, for sure was
Yeah, number 2
one of
was the Ezio
absolute
one, the
favorite.
first Ezio.
Yeah. That's the one that I love. And then Unity. I loved Unity. It was ahead of its time. I loved how they pushed. It was really, really good. And then AC Shadows is my the next one I really, really enjoy. So that one's obviously current, but if you're looking at the past, I think they re-released the trilogy or whatever of Ezio trilogy, but it's not like this. This is
Yeah,
more
they
of
didn't
a
do this.
remake than
Yeah.
just a retouch. And that's what I was looking for with the Ezio trilogy. You remake the Ezio trilogy, goddamn, that would be fire. But this is good. I'm good on this. Black Flag is fire. Go check it out if you have not. But guys, thank you so much. This is where we're gonna wrap this up, man. It was a great show. We talked the hell about this. We fucking crushed it. I loved it. This was awesome. Now today is Thursday. It's not Friday. I know I need you guys to wake up and go to work tomorrow. All right. Because night shift is on Thursday today, not on Friday. Because tomorrow, not going to be doing a show because I have some other obligations with work and such. So I won't be around to do that. So this was the final show for the week. We were going to do gameplay, but the news today kind of overshadowed that idea. So I was gonna play Kiln. Shout out to Kiln. If you didn't try it out, it's on Game Pass. Go play it. I got to play it early. It was great when we did the test. And it's out now. So I was gonna stream that. Obviously, I'm not now. I'm gonna try to stream it sometime next week early. If I can't, then it'll be Thursday for sure. That we do it. But definitely go try it out. I'm gonna be putting out a video because your boy got something sent to him from Kiln, from the folks at Double Fine. So I will I'll put a video out on that soon, probably early next week, because of work this weekend. But that is very cool. And yeah, man, as far as we're concerned, that's where we're gonna be. Obviously, we'll be back Tuesday for sure. And that's it for us. Of course, we got our homie Hargeet. Thank you, my brother, for being here. Thank you for rocking out with us for so long and coming in and rocking out on the Thursday. Let's let everybody know what you got going on, man. Where to follow you, buy your book, all that fun stuff.
Yeah, my book, shop.china.us. Check it out. And I'll be on with Web Dave on Sunday at 7 p.m. US Eastern Time. I think we have like Dirt and Mav, Dirt, Griggity, and Mav. Check that out. It'll be fun.
That's dope, man. That's gonna be a fun show, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. What was that last thing we talked about? The systems and shit that she's gonna overhaul, whatever. What was that?
Oh, the development process.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just I made a timestamp for it and then I
Got it.
fucking forgot what it was. All right. All right. So let me I'll fucking forget if I'll do it now. Okay, that's done. Beautiful. All right. Okay. So guys, thank you again. Appreciate all of y'all for rocking out with us, man. You guys are the shit. So thank y'all. Appreciate y'all. And with that, oh well, I didn't even see. Shout out to Forza in the building. Appreciate you, homie. Member for 20 months. You're the motherfucking man. Thank you, brother. And then you got the homie Pickles. What's up, man? Thank you so much for the support, being a member. Member for 3 months, man. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, bro. Love seeing when we have people for 20 months and love seeing new people come in, man. It means a lot to us. So we thank you for the support. Guys, if you haven't already, hit the like button on your way out, man. Hit the like button, share it out, leave a comment. You don't know how important this stuff is for the channel. We really appreciate it. After the show, go leave a comment, and just say something. The show was great. Whatever. Anything that you feel, but put it in there. It helps, man. It all does help with the what's that called? The
algorithm.
That bitch. But yes, guys, with that, we're gonna go ahead and end the show the way we end every single show. Doodle. We're done. Until next time, you're intruding.